right. Wide open, Torrence! Oh, baby, touchdown! How do you leave the best receiver in the NAIA that wide open?
You show, and that's what we do! Cash!
You're proud of me? And it's caught! Oh my goodness! Troy Torrence comes down with it!
Welcome all to Bankroll Blitz right here on Pub Sports Radio. I'm joined alongside my co-host, as always, a man who is on fire. Yet another winning week, Mr. Troy Torrence. How are you, my friend?
I am ready to win this week, Jimmy. We got empty smiles heading into the week. We're 0-0. It's time to get that money.
It is time to get that money. Thank you all for joining us. We got Mark Stasowski, Aaron Gaza in the house, Chrono, Kenny, Tasha, Aaron Gaza, Luke Burrow, Donut Silks, JM, Slatsy, Swish, Nasty, Nate, Mr. Wipeout, a absolute great group here. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you for joining us. I guess the difference in this year and last year is, I got off to a terrible start this week. I was 0-2 after Thursday, 0-4 after Berlin. And I ended up 9-9 down 0.11 units. You had some stumbles, and yet look at that 15-9 plus 4.55 units. Just another strong performance by you. You've crossed the 50-unit barrier. It is possible that you don't need me for the 100 units. It is possible that we should actually focus on you getting to 100 units, which would be incredible.
I don't know about that. 100 units, that's insanity, man. There's a little thing called variance I know too well, and I'm just trying to avoid them as much as humanly possible. And there's a war going on every single game this week. I can't wait to talk about it.
I can't wait to talk about this big, juicy 15-game card. Let's talk about the week that was, though. 9-9, down 0.11 units for me. Atlanta, Indianapolis, first half, full game under, loss. Jacksonville, Houston, first half under, full game under, loss. Las Vegas, Denver, first half, full game over, loss. And Panthers, double result loss. So at that point, I'm 0-7. New Orleans, Carolina, first half under, cashed, full game under, 40, cashed. The 3-team parlay, something I would never have done before we started working together. Cashed very easily.
It paid for all the juice, man.
Yeah, it paid for all the vig. Yeah, it paid for everything. Absolutely. Baltimore, Detroit, Rams, plus 174 cashed. Rams -3 cashed. Philadelphia, Green Bay, first half under, cashed with ease. Dolphins plus 8 cashed. Then my unders in Cleveland, New York Jets both lost. But the unders in Giants, Chicago Bears, first half and full game, cash. And the Chargers -3 cashed. 9-9 down, 0.11 units for me. Troy, take it away. Tell us, go over the week that was before we attack the week that is.
So I'm looking at my card, and the first thing I'm thinking is how improved I've been. Another year with the database, another year being completely infatuated with the markets and understanding how they move. And my CLV rate is through the roof relative to the past 2 seasons. And it's not like it's mattered very much, but it definitely shows improvement that I'm using my tool to the best of its advantage. I started off the week, so I went 15-9. In the middle of the week killed me, where I started off the week with Raiders plus 10 in the full game. Raiders first half plus 6, went 2-0. The Falcons plus 6.5 in the under 48.5. Split there. Took the Ravens. I basically had 5 units on the Ravens. Ravens -3 was a winner. The Ravens double result was a loser. The Ravens Lions money line parlay won. The Ravens Seahawks money line parlay run, and then the Ravens Rams money line parlay was also a winner. Texans Jags under 38. I mean, the Jags had 45 yards and 17 points on the board. Bucks first half money line, Bucks money line. That was the wrong read. The Patriots are a real team. They're the first team up on the docket today. Browns money line and Jets team total under 18.5. Sometimes you make a winning bet and it just turns out to be a loser. That's what variance is. I feel like that's what happened in that game. Rams was just like the Ravens. I had these 2 teams graded very highly above the rest. I had 5 units on them in the very similar ways, moneyline parlays and the ATS, and they all were winners except for the Rams Bills moneyline parlay, which was a loser. Seahawks double result, Chargers -3. and the Caleb Williams under 231.5 passing prop, which was just an awesome prop that got sweaty at the end. Those all were winners. Tez Johnson lost by the hook with his over 42.5 receiving yards. Eagles money line and first half under 23 last night to finish off the week, and I won both those games. I'm not very good at summarizing my plays because I have so much to say about all the games that happened.
Hey, it's just about being transparent and accountable and honest. That's why we do it. So that was a great job. Let's not talk about the past, although the past has been bountiful. And, I'm up 20.47 units with an ROI plus 10.58% over 195 bets. It's pretty good until you look at this season that Troy Torrence has put together. ROI plus 22.88% is absolutely spectacular. I mean, you're just a shade under 250 bets here, hitting 62.4%. So let's just keep it going. Thank you guys so much for joining us. RVD 420, Old E, Harold Williams, Dougie Wise, Jared TG. Ooh. Thank you guys for joining us. Gooey McDougal, Money Meach, D. Jenkins, Martez Denny. Let's get to work. We start Thursday night, 8:15 p.m. Eastern for the New York Jets. 2-7, 1-2 on the road to the New England Patriots. 8-2. Couple teams 8-2. New England and the Broncos. 3-2 at home. Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. We have 39 Fahrenheit, clear skies, and 9-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Patriots, a big move towards them. The look ahead was 10.5, and then it emerged on Sunday night at 10. It quickly moved to 12. That's a big jump. That's a big bet. Then it went back down to 11.5, up to 12.5, now at 13. We're 3 points from that opening line, 2.5 points from the look ahead. It's a big, big, big number. From a total standpoint, we have a 43. The look ahead was 46, reemerged on Sunday at 45.5, and down to 44.5 to 43.5 to 43. It's just been dropping. Shout out to our friend Aaron Gaza gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. It means a ton to us, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. It means a ton, man. Aaron Gaza having our back, it means a ton. Let's get to the cash flow here. We have 72% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Patriots. So, yes, it's very public, but the books are concerned. 70% of tickets on the under, 85% cash on the under. It seems like all the bets that are coming in on the Thursday nighter have made these books concerned. Let's start with the New York Jets. Passing offense ranked 24th. Rushing offense ranked 22nd. Red zone offense 23rd. Third down offense ranked 28th. This is a very poor offense that will only get worse now with Garrett Wilson suffering a knee injury. It's the same knee that caused him to miss the previous 2 games. He is going to be sidelined for 3 to 4 weeks due to the knee sprain. So this offense appears to only be getting worse. We know that the defense is supposed to only get worse. Sauce Gardner, although he didn't look good in his first game as a Colt. And Quinnen Williams gone. We'll see his debut here for the Cowboys shortly. The the Jets pass defense ranked 21st, rush defense ranked 10th. I mean, do we believe these stats without Quinnen Williams? Probably not. Red zone defense 13th, third down defense 11th, and pass rush 24th. Coming off their first home victory of the season, 27-20 at home over the Browns. They were outgained 278 to 169 in the victory. The noise canceled score was 24-12 Browns. That's huge. New York got touchdowns on the kickoff return and a punt return in the same game for the first time. Now, what did that do for us? I had to put 1.5 units. It's one of my biggest live bets I've ever made, really. Like a live bet to do 1.5 units. It's not my style, but I knew that this was an aberration. I got under 52.5, and it was almost a sweat, too. They got up to 47, but it was just an absolute smash and grab. It just made no sense. They won, the Jets, despite Justin Fields' an anemic 6 of 11 for 54 yards, a touchdown and a pick. He also ran 7 times for 28 yards. Breece Hall had a 42-yard receiving touchdown on his only catch. The rest of the Jets got 5 passes for 12 yards. That's pitiful. The Jets had 1 passing first down. Hall also ran 21 times for 83 yards. They were 3 of 11 on third down, 0 of 2 in the red zone. In the first game without Quinnen Williams, we found the new leader, Will McDonald. 4 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. The 4 sacks ties a franchise record. He's dealing with the quad injury, but he wants to be out there again. But that's a problem. Your leader now on your pass rush is dealing with a quad injury. He's going to try to muscle his way through it, but he's not going to be 100%. As a whole, the Jets had 6 sacks, 7 quarterback hits. They held the Browns to 6 of 16 on third down, 1 of 2 in the red zone. A.Z. Thomas, cornerbacks in concussion protocol. Guard Xavier Newman was inactive. He's listed as questionable this week. Let's talk about these Patriots. They are rolling. Passing offense ranked 5th. Rushing offense still, despite what we saw from Travion Henderson, who looked like an absolute monster, despite the yards that he put up, which I should have here somewhere. But 14 carries for 147 yards and 2 touchdowns. They're the 32nd, the worst ranked running group in the NFL. And a lot of it is the fumbles from earlier in the year. We see them improving in front of our eyes. Red zone offense ranked 18th. Third down offense ranked 7th. Pass defense ranked 12th. Rush defense ranked 20th. And this is the worst red zone defense in the entire National Football League. We're talking about an 8-2 team here. An 8-2 team with the worst ranked rushing offense, the worst ranked red zone defense, 20th ranked rush defense. It's hard to believe. 18th ranked pass rush. They're coming off an impressive 28-23 victory at Tampa. Noise canceled score was 31-30 Patriots, a little closer. Vrabel is doing an incredible job. I mean, they're 8-2 after going 4-13 last year. It's impressive. The offense went for 435 yards, 7.4 yards per play, 3 TDs of 50 plus, and a 54-yard pass to Mac Hollins that wasn't a touchdown. Drake May 16-31 for 272 touchdowns and a pick. They were just 5 of 14 on third down, 1 of 2 in the red zone. That's it. But they got the job done and they put points up on the board. The defense held the Bucs to 5 of 13 on third down, 2 of 3 in the red zone. The pass rush finished with 2 sacks, 5 quarterback hits, and now their big man on the defensive line, defensive tackle Christian Barmore, is dealing with a back injury. It's hard to come back from a back injury, especially in the cold 3 days later. He's listed as questionable. Keyshawn Boutte, Ramondre Stevenson, and Christian Ellis, wide receiver, running back, and linebacker respectively, were inactive and are questionable to play this week. Here is our Thursday nighter, Troy. This kickoff is in 48 hours from now. Do you see an angle?
I'm literally digging through the chat. I'm listening to you break this game down and how the last week it went. And my mind is all over the place. I got Slatsy telling me not to bet the Jets, and I made a contractual agreement with my wife and that I'm going to be in big trouble legally with my wife if I continue to bet the Jets or Jets games. I got Luke Burrows, who's probably 3 or 4 sessions we've had here in a row where it feels like he's in my notes. He's making points that I was going to make, and he made a really good one today is, can you make a case for this Jets team? I mean, this is a game where I'm doing mental gymnastics. I'm going to have action on the Thursday night game. I'm doing mental gymnastics trying not to bet the Patriots ATS. This is the type of condition as a gambler that should be studied. And it's literally an internal war that I was talking about earlier in the pre-show that, it's not going to be settled until my bet is placed. I cannot rest until I bet this game because I find it absolutely fascinating. My narrative over the past few weeks with this Patriots team has been to fade them, sell at the top of the market. And I've been talking about all the ways they have been fraudulent or seemingly fraudulent, which I'm starting to flip my opinion after watching Drake May, who's pretty much, in my opinion, he's the MVP. Where would this team be without him? He wasn't overly impressive against Tampa Bay, but he's done what he's done all season long. He finds a way, extending plays on third down with his mobility, creating explosive plays in the passing game over and over. 2 completions this past week of 50-plus yards. It's a common theme, no matter what defense he plays against. I believe Josh McDaniels has a ton to do with it. This guy's a brilliant mind, and he knows how to make adjustments. But the most impressive part of what Drake May is doing is he's really performing at this MVP caliber level without a solid running attack. There's really not an attack. It's just a rush offense I feel like it's a little anemic. I would consider it a bottom 10 rush game in the NFL. So what he's doing, that's why he's my MVP at this point, is just because he's doing this in spite of seemingly, a washed up receiver group that's led by Diggs. There's not a lot of receivers or tools around him. The offensive line can't generate rushing, any line yards in the running game, and the running backs have been underperforming, and he's doing this. It's just so impressive, and I give him all the credit because I faded him again last week, and he buried my ass. And then the Jets. So this Jets team is also in a sell high spot. So what do you got? 2 teams in their ultimate sell high spots. Can you sell any higher than the Jets at this point? Are they even being sold high at 13-point dogs on the road? It's telling me that the bookies, they know what's coming. They know the New England money's coming. We've seen this line react heavily. And we talked about this a little bit already. This Jets team, what they did against the Browns was completely fraudulent. The noise-canceled score had them losing by 2 touchdowns. Two punt returns in the first quarter completely changed the dynamic of that game because the Browns can't chase and come back. I mean, the type of winning performance that they just had, the Jets, that is a type that I want to fade. I was born to fade this type of performance. So, and how do you make a case in the X's and O's for this Jets team? How? The Patriots' run defense is the best in the NFL. They absolutely limit running yards at the highest rate, at an unbelievable rate. That you'd have to imagine would have to flip directions at some point, but they just continue to bury these running backs. So they're going to pass the ball with Justin Fields? I just cannot see it happening. And then you take this into the database and, so I can't make any case for the Jets offense, but I'm finding a bunch of over trends. And someone brought up something in the chat that Thursday night games, divisional favorites of 10 or more, 10 or more. There's a huge trend to the under. I only got 3 years of data. It's a very small sample that I'm looking at. I don't know what he's looking at, but anything over 10, the trend is all to the over. In spite of the under, the move to the under, it really hasn't been a change things. I've seen a ton of overs, and it's because the home team absolutely destroys teams in this spot. Another thing is the road team goes under their team total at a ridiculous rate. Home teams that close 11.5 or bigger after a market moves towards them are 7-3 ATS, 8-2 straight up, winning by 21 points on average. That includes the 2 losses. They're still winning by 21 points on average. The 3 games that were in division, here's the 3 games: 31-0, 38-0, 45-10. I mean, historically, as long as we see a distinct line movement towards the home team in this type of market, I mean, they've gotten the job done, especially when there's less cash on that road team. So, I think the team total under for the Jets is on the table. The Patriots ATS, because honestly, I wish I could bet the over. That's what I want to do. I want to bet the over in this game.
What if Chrono Kenny has a point? What if you wake up tomorrow and Tyrod Taylor, who's not on the injury report, is announced as the starter?
Then this total is going to surge back up to 45
and a half. Yeah. And even if Tyrod Taylor is not the starter, we're going to see him in the game because Justin Fields is going to shit the bed.
And if he doesn't, then they're scoring points, right?
Yeah. And they're throwing the ball all over the field and they're battling. Now,
and for the over, the Jets play man-to-man coverage. I thought that would change without Sauce Gardner. It didn't change. They played man-to-man. Maybe it was the Browns, though. I don't know. But it looks like they're going to continue to play man-to-man. And if you're going to allow, Drake May to make plays and create explosive plays down the field against man coverage, he's going to do it.
We're dealing right now with a recency bias, for unders. Now, last Thursday was 10-7 Denver, right? The week before that, week 9, it was 28-6 Baltimore. Was that the Thursday nighter? Am I tripping there? Why do I feel like that was the Thursday nighter, 28-6 Baltimore. So then there's back-to-back unders. If we keep going through this schedule, cappers are thinking about unders right now. Primetime unders, like Andrew G is saying. It's nice weather. It's cold, but it's nice weather. Wind at this point 9 miles per hour. This total just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping.
So the motivation for the Jets, in my opinion, is they just came off of 2 wins. They're going on the road on prime time in it's not a similar market. The Broncos were laying less than a touchdown or less than 10 points, less than double digits. Now we're up to 2 touchdowns to cover. So it's definitely not the same market, but it's on the road, prime time, divisional opponent. They're going to get up for this game, especially, a coach that is already on the hot seat after getting hired, a quarterback who's fighting for his professional career, whoever it may be, Tyrod Taylor or Fields.
I didn't think that this is where I would end up with the breakdown, but look, the Browns offense is horrific, and they put up 278 yards. They moved the ball and should have won that football game. The Patriots are going to put up numbers against the Jets. So you could say, well, I'd prefer to focus on just the Patriots. I'd prefer to focus on the Patriots team total over. But, you know, if Tyrod Taylor's in there, all of a sudden the offense looks a little stronger. We know that
you can pass on the Patriots. Mm-hmm. You're going to see more possessions because they'll willingly pass more with Fields on the bench. And, you know, that means the clock's stopping more frequently. There's more explosive plays, more turnovers, which are good for totals to the over.
Digging has filtered the totals, to get to the under. But, you know, I really think after some of the games that we have just witnessed, we've had 2 of our last 3 high-profile standalone games, spotlight games, finished 10-7. And the cappers who were on the over are smarting. They're angry about it. I think this is a very interesting move on the over. And I also think that it should not be a double up. It should not be a first half over, full game over, because we may want the Jets to score a couple garbage time touchdowns, as you see in some of these blowouts. You may want the Patriots to loosen up defensively a little bit, like the Seahawks did against the Cardinals. You know, and then what happens if we wake up tomorrow, which is such a possibility? We wake up tomorrow and we hear Tyrod Taylor's the starting quarterback. Also, what happens if we wake up tomorrow and they're like, well, I don't know if Will McDonald can go, or I don't know if Christian Barmore can go 72 hours later, or, you know, what if they're like, you know what, we are going to keep Christian Barmore from this game to ensure that he's ready to go.
Yep, it's happening right now. I mean, there's 43s in the market. There's no reason to wait. I mean, if that's the case, and I agree with you 100%, I'm betting this now. We have, in my opinion, we have database support despite the market moving towards the under, just moving towards the home team. I know that it's not all perfect. Like the weakest profile for this over, there's a 4 and 5 profile that is for the, you know, basically leans to the under in that situation, but all the rest of them, I mean, it's overs. It's nothing but overs.
There's no chance that Justin Fields has just a half like he just did, and Tyrod Taylor's not a quarterback in the second half. There's no chance of that. This is a contrarian spot. You are betting against the optics and of what we've just been privy to and had to force our way through in these live streams that have been difficult to make it through. Everybody thinking about these 10-7 spots. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to bet it right. I'm going to sit with this and think about it as the show goes on, but I think this is a very, very interesting move. 70% of the tickets, 85% of the cash on the under. We have, you know, circa has 82% of cash on the under. Everybody's going to be betting the under. Everybody's going to be betting the under.
Yep, it's a move on the. I mean, I think it's absolutely a bet on the over, and I think I didn't think about it really that clearly, realizing that there's a huge chance that Tyrod Taylor starts in this football game, and if not, I feel like it's also a good opinion to have that he'll be in this game at some point, and if not, the Jets are going to be putting up points. And it's not going to be through the running game. So, yeah. I think it's a good look. I think 43 is good, especially I think Tyrod Taylor's playing in this football game at some point, hopefully before half, but we'll see.
Wow.
Yeah, you want to be contrarian, man. That's just – you got to – it's and the database market history signs off on it. And I could cite my evidence on that, obviously.
I like it. I think it's a real interesting angle. It's a real interesting angle. And I think I move on it too. Have you just moved on it?
So I just moved on it. Okay. And there's a huge split between the home team covering at 13 and a half. The home teams usually cover once the market moves above the 13. Like 13 is actually a pretty key number, especially in division. And when it moves through that 13, usually it's the home team doing all the work. So I will say that if you feel more comfortable taking the Patriots team total over, I don't blame you on that. But you could also wait for Tyrod Taylor to get announced and the spread to move. And you could get 27.5 instead of 28.5.
There's no sign that Keyshawn Boutte will be playing Action Jackson. I mean, I've got a couple different sites up here right now, and there's just let's just take a look at another one here. Maybe they'll give us an idea. Keyshawn Boutte, I mean, he's dealing with a hamstring injury. If you don't play Boutte here with the hamstring injury, you get 10 days off before you face Cincinnati and Cincinnati. I like it. There's big show picks in the house. Our brand new Locker Room Talk podcast is out 6 p.m. It came out today, and we have a huge UFC card, so definitely check it out. All right. I like it. Troy, you got the over 43 minus 110?
43 minus 110, yes, sir.
I like it. I think I join you on this. I think it makes sense. I think it goes against everything that everybody's been seeing, and that's exactly what I want to be doing in the NFL. That is the Thursday night breakdown. Let's head to Madrid, Spain for our NFL Madrid game. That's our next spot on the board. Washington Commanders 3-7, Miami Dolphins 3-7. 54 Fahrenheit, light rain, 9 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total of 47.5. This total has climbed. The look ahead was 46. It came out on Sunday night at 47, got up to 47.5. So it is climbing. This is a climbing total. From a spread perspective, we have Miami -3 at -105. The look ahead was a pick 'em, but the look ahead got bet towards Washington. This closed at -2 for Washington. Then the Dolphins took out the Bills, and this reemerged with the Dolphins -2.5. The immediate move was towards Washington again, and then went up to 3. So I had to stop myself. Obviously, our subconscious, which messes with us and negatively affects our capping all the time with vividness biases and recency biases, I wanted to bet Miami. I wanted to, and I was like, God, not just a -3, it's a double result too. But everybody's thinking the same thing. The whole world is thinking the same thing. And I told you guys know, those of you around with me, that I started winning at baseball when I would look at the card and the first thing that jumped out at me, I would put a line through it. This seems too easy. And we know the NFL doesn't work like that. Andrew G., I'm right with you. Of course, everybody thought the same thing as me. And I had to stop myself. And that's what I did. I stopped myself. And, I kind of had that thought. Johnny Gunn saying Jair Alexander stepping away from football. I kind of had that thought that was going to happen. Let's get into this one here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We talked about this line moving and the total moving. We haven't talked about the cash flow. So let's hit that right now. We have 71% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on Miami. I mean, you have similar numbers as to what we've seen with New England. 60% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the under. And it's moving towards the over. I mean, this is... So let's talk about the Commanders first. They're coming off that ugly 44-22 home loss to the Lions. Their passing offense, we shouldn't really consider. It's ranked 4th, but with Marcus Mariota didn't look that bad. A lot of those points were sort of yards gained, were sort of in garbage time. Rushing offense ranked 13th. Red zone offense ranked 2nd. Mariota is still good around the end zone. Their third down offense ranked 19th. This is the worst pass defense in the National Football League. It's ranked 32nd. And the Miami Dolphins pass defense is ranked 26th. It makes you want to either bet overs or fade one of these defenses. We have Mark A moving on Miami -2.5. Look, I get it. I understand it. I had to stop myself from betting it. Rush defense ranked 14th for the Commanders. Their red zone defense 25th. Third down defense 25th. This is just a bad football team. Pass rush ranked 17th. It was their 5th loss in a row. Look, we predicted this, and I have a big bet on their under 9.5 wins. Noise canceled score was 45-24 Detroit. The Lions outgained the Commanders badly, 546-288 in Washington. Mariota was 16-22 for 213 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also ran 5 times for 22 yards. Jaden Daniels remains out. Treylon Burks led receivers with 3 catches for 58 yards, and then he suffered a finger injury. He's already been ruled out. Terry McLaurin missed the game with a quad injury. He's already been ruled out. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt struggled with 11 carries for 30 yards. The offense was just 2 of 10 on third down, but did go a perfect 3 for 3 in the red zone. It's the defense that's atrocious. They moved defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. from the booth down to the sideline for this game. That did little to fix the problems. They let the Lions put up 8 yards per play, go 4 of 6 in the red zone. Pass rush had 0 sacks. Did have 5 quarterback hits. Quarterback Trey Amos left the game in the second quarter after hurting his ankle. Rodriguez, a backup running back, hurt his shoulder. Akaho, their linebacker, got a concussion. He's in protocol. Cornerback Jonathan Jones left in the third quarter with a groin injury. It's an ugly, ugly spot that you would want to line up to fade. And why not back the Dolphins? You have to ask yourself, though, if 9 out of every 10 people are coming up saying, I want the Dolphins, is this where you want to back them? Do you want to back this Miami Dolphins team? Do you want to buy them at their highest point of the season after, look, what did the Bills do after their highest point of the season? After beating the Chiefs, they went in and were shut out through 3 quarters against the Dolphins. The passing offense, 24th, rushing offense, 21st, red zone offense, 15th, third down offense, 18th. The pass defense ranked 26th, rush defense 19th, red zone defense 8th, third down defense 23rd, and this is the worst pass rush in the NFL. They're coming off of the impressive 30-13 win. The noise cancel score was slightly closer at 30-21. Snapped a 7-game losing streak against the Bills. Tunga Vailoa, 15-21 for 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. The 2 interceptions means he's thrown 12 this year. Achane was an absolute monster. 22 carries for 174 yards, 2 touchdowns, caught 6 for 51. Waddle caught 5 for 84 and a touchdown. In their first game without Jalen Phillips, pass rush finished with 3 sacks, 7 quarterback hits. Defense held the Bills to 5 of 13 on third down, 0 of 1 in the red zone. Held the Bills to 5.8 yards per play. I mean, that's still holding them. Melifonwu had the big interception. Their starting cornerback, Rasul Douglas. Safety, Ashton Davis, and linebacker Chop Robinson were inactive. They have flown with the squad. I will take a look and see if there's any last-minute information. But, look, this is the easiest spot on the board. And I don't want anything that's easy. I might not bet the Dolphins just because it's too easy, and I'll just leave this whole football game alone. Troy Torrance, take it away. We're in Madrid for this one.
If this game wasn't in Madrid, there's a really good chance I would probably do the same thing. But, I need to wake up and get ready for my action when I'm waking up at the ass crack of dawn on Sunday morning. It's like Christmas morning every Sunday. And I want to have my present early. And I've been really good in these overseas games, and I plan on continuing that trend here. But it's really hard. But how could you not take your handicap where Jimmy exactly where he went? But fundamentally speaking, these are 2 teams that I really want to fade. I don't want these 2 teams, either of them. I mean, I deemed the Dolphins a cancerous organization before the season even started. And the Commanders are a team that I deemed fraudulent before the season even started, as we took their team total under. And the Dolphins are pretty confusing to figure out. I mean, obviously, like we talked about, they're cancerous. They proved us wrong, or they proved us right, with the pitiful start to the season, 1-6. But what makes the NFL so great is the parity. Any given Sunday, they've now won 2 of their last 3, coming off a win against the Bills, their Super Bowl. I just think that that's a absolute sell high spot on this Dolphins team, winning 2 of their last 3, coming off their Super Bowl against the divisional opponent. One of the perceived as the best team in the league, catching double digits at home. We've seen it too many times before. I mean, the Dolphins look great. They did. I thought they looked great. They had 0.22 EPA per play. I mean, once again, they exposed this Bills run defense, who they lose Hoyt, goes out with his Achilles, and the Bills D, I guess, turns into a pumpkin. But the Dolphins, going up 16-0, going up 16-0 early, definitely flipped that script into their favorability. And it really comes down to if you're betting the Commanders, which is the only way I could look, I'm probably going to end up with action on the Commanders. It's going to be all about keeping the game close. They fell subject to Dan Campbell and the Lions team, who's a juggernaut off a loss, right? They're now 13-0. The offense wasn't as bad, as my opinion, as the final score indicated. They were able to move the ball some. I feel like they're going to be able to move the ball even more so against the Dolphins. And but the defense is just amongst the worst in the NFL. And I continue to talk about Dan Quinn, who I guess he's calling the plays now. I think he just needs to be fired as a head coach, because allowing your defense to play cover 3 and cover 1 every single play, where the offense knows exactly what you're running, because all you have to do is send one guy in motion and you find out if they're in man coverage. It's pretty embarrassing. So hopefully that changes this week. After all things I've read about what they're doing defensively, I do expect things to change. So we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, this has got to be a commander spot. You cannot be buying the Dolphins. The number's under 3. The number's under 3. That's what's telling to me. I'm on the Commanders, and I don't know how I'm going to play it yet, but I haven't played.
See, I feel like this is optional misery. I would rather not bet than have to back the Commanders, because all the public is believing what they're seeing with the Dolphins. I would rather not bet. I don't see it. Mariota needs Terry McLaurin, Traylon, and Debo out there, so that maybe they defend the pass a little bit and allow this running game to cook. And now we know they've got no weapons out wide. You dare Mariota to beat you. And I get it. I mean, what you're saying is clearly, to me, the side that I would...
2.5, man. The number's 2.5. A defense that's incompetent. An offense that's one-dimensional. The number's 2.5. Come on. I mean, this should be bet, probably. Commanders.
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
But like you said, though, you basically talked me off when you said this is optional misery. Because all the games I thought were this is optional misery, betting this game, it turned into misery. So,
well, I think that you can be patient. Would you be astonished if you could pay 10 cents for a 3.5 in a couple of days? No, I don't think so.
Not. Yeah.
So I look. I had to talk myself off of the Dolphins.
But then here it is again, an international game. Favorites of -3 are 3-0 ATS and straight up winning by, an average of like 17 points. Favorites less than 3 are 1-5 ATS internationally since 2022. It's just,
I'm just happy I talked myself away from what I would have done 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I'm already on the Dolphins in double result, and I'm telling you that they got rid of the players who didn't want to be there. They're feeling good about themselves. They slayed the dragon. They're going off to Spain. I'm better now. I've got to. Johnny Gunn says, "Can you give your thoughts about Dan Quinn taking over the defensive play calling?" I mean, that's something you should probably touch on, because you don't trust Dan Quinn at all.
Yeah, I did touch on that a little bit when I was giving my breakdown. So Dan Quinn assumes the play calling duties, but you'd have to imagine he already had a big hand in what that defense was doing. And they were running cover 3, cover 1 with no disguise, very blatant, every offense knew exactly what they're going against. So if you don't see any changes this week, which we should see change, but you can't bet on that, because Dan Quinn probably had a big hand in what they were doing defensively.
I'm going to take the win by not betting the Dolphins. And I think that's where I stop.
Yeah, it might be me too. I haven't moved yet. If I'm going to move, it's going to be last minute. And it's going to be knowing that this closes below 3.
Now, let's touch on this worst pass defense in the NFL with the Commanders. We have a Dolphins defense that's 26th against the pass, 19th versus the rush. That's the worst pass rush in the NFL. This total's going from 46 up to 47.5. I'm not that interested in it. I would actually be sort of interested in flipping it and betting the under. What do you think about this total with these anemic defenses? That's the third time we've used anemic so far this show.
Anemic, yeah.
What do you think about these horrific defenses?
I think it's hard. You can't make a case for the under, so that's the only case you could make for the over. Or wait, sorry. You can't make a case for the under, so that's why you should look to the under, but it's a very 50-50 market history. You don't get a lot of this high of a total overseas. And last week I did try to bet under that, a total of this caliber, and I thought I was in good position to cash towards the end of that game. I had no total for me. No total.
Yeah, I am just at this point just thankful that I didn't come in here telling everybody why they should bet the Dolphins, which is what I would have done 10 years ago. We move on from the Madrid game. We come back to North America. We head to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. Carolina Panthers 5-5, 2-3 on the road. Falcons 3-6, 2-2 at home. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have these Carolina Panthers plus 3.5. Plus 3.5. The look ahead was 3.5, and then it reemerged on Monday evening at a 4, and it was bet down to 3.5. It's interesting after what we just saw the Panthers do. From a total side of things, we have a 42.5. Look ahead was 44.5, reemerged on Sunday night at 43, and it's dropped a half point down to 42. If this was outdoors, I'd already be on the under, but we're in a nice indoor environment. Let's take a look at what the cash flow looks like here for our third game on the board. We have 51% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Atlanta Falcons, and the books do not care about that number. Now, we're not getting total numbers here. There's a couple games not getting total numbers. I'll bring up a different book to give us that, whether or not we trust that, or sorry, different site. Whether or not we trust that site is up for debate, but I'll bring that up here shortly. But at this point, it's a 50-50 ticket count. Big bets are coming in on the Falcons, and the books are smiling back at those people who are betting the Falcons and giving them a better number to continue to bet them at. The Panthers passing offense ranked 29th, rushing offense ranked 11th, red zone offense 16th, third down offense 22nd. They convert 37.2% of the time and score touchdowns 58.6% of the time in the red zone. Pass defense 17th, rush defense 18th, and the red zone defense is very good. They only allow touchdowns 48.4% of the time. That's sixth in the NFL. Third down defense 28th, though it's a problem. They allow conversions 44% of the time, and this is the third worst pass rush in the NFL, coming off that ugly 17-7 loss at home to the lowly Saints. Now, I cashed on the unders. I lost on the Carolina Panthers double result, but I was wrong. And I think that I'm going to stop being wrong in this angle as I move forward. When you have a coach, a new young coach that's so excited to be running things, they don't let go. They don't let down. They keep fighting. Just because there's a bye on the horizon and some of their players are letting go, they don't, and he doesn't. And I've got to remember that as we move forward. The noise canceled score was even worse. It was 25-10 Saints. Panthers were outgained 388 to 175 in the loss. The offense was putrid. 3.5 yards per play versus the Saints. Bryce Young was 17-25 for 124 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick. He also lost a fumble. 8th time in 9 starts this year has thrown for less than 200 yards. Tet McMillan caught 5 for 60. Rico Dowdle ran 18 times for 53 yards, touchdown. He also caught 3 passes for 10 yards. The defense allowed the Saints to put up 388 yards with Tyler Shuck. The Saints went 10 of 20 on 3rd and 4th down. They did hold them to 0 of 2 of the red zone, which gave the Panthers a chance. Panthers finished with 2 sacks and 5 quarterback hits, but they're 1.5 games behind Tampa. That's it. Tampa lost to New England on Sunday, and this is a really healthy group. 2 or 3 weeks ago, they dealt with some issues on the offensive line, and they got Monten back. They're still dealing with Cade Mays being out and Christensen done for the year, but they're that's it. This is a pretty healthy group. So, JM said, it's retracted. We'll see when he jumps in. But obviously the books are saying, hey, you want to bet the Falcons? Come over here and do it. Now, do you have the balls to bet the Panthers to buy them low? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Let's get into these Atlanta Falcons. Passing offense, 28th. Penix does not look good. He did not look good over in Berlin. Coming back from Berlin might be a spot we want to fade the Falcons. We might actually say to ourselves that the Panthers losing to the Saints was the best possible thing for me. Because now I get a 3.5 against a Falcons team that's coming back from Berlin and does not look good. We might. We'll see at the end of this cap. Rushing offense ranked 9th, red zone 17th. Third down offense is 4th worst in the NFL. They only convert 33.6% of the time. Pass defense 19th, rush defense 28th, red zone defense 25th, third down defense 19th. This is a weak defense, but they have a pass rush, a very legitimate pass rush, ranked 11th in the NFL. They come in off a 31-25 overtime loss to Indianapolis and Berlin. The noise canceled score was 35-26 Colts. Colts outgained the Falcons 519 to 260. Penix looked bad. Drake London caught 6 for 104 yards. Penix also lost a fumble. Bijan Robinson ran 17 for 84 yards. 0 of 8 on third down. We just talked about this third down offense that's 4th worst in the NFL. 0 for 8. They did go 3 of 3 in the red zone. The defense bent but didn't break, but they couldn't stop Jonathan Taylor. Ran for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns. How do the Panthers beat you? They beat you when it's Rico Dowdle time. That's when they beat you. So they hold the Colts to 2 of 12 on third down and 2 of 4 in the red zone. I guess that's impressive. But they did allow the Colts to put up 7 yards per play. The pass rush had 7 sacks. Jesse Bates had an interception. Now, D. Alfred suffered a concussion, and he's in protocol. He's not going to get out of protocol in time. They're coming back from Berlin. I've almost talked myself into the Carolina Panthers. Troy, take it away.
See, I disagree slightly, especially when we're looking at the market. You got a 3.5, probably going to close a -3. And at that point, I would definitely start looking towards the Falcons. And I think the 3.5, I mean, you got a 3-6 team. I know the Panthers are coming off this blowout loss, and there's a lot of week to week just zigzag. There definitely is. And I've been part of that. But I look at this line at 3.5, and I'm like, this is a fucking massive line on the Falcons. Massive. Because I know the history of 3.5s. You'll rarely catch me on a 3.5. You'll never catch me on a plus 3.5 on a home dog. But I see this line as being strength with a 3-6 team versus a 5-4 team is Carolina that beat the Packers. It's definitely not clear cut, and that's why I haven't bet the Falcons yet. And I definitely want to see where this cash flow goes, because it's actually funny that historically the sharp action in this market has performed dreadfully. 6-20. The bigger bets in this market type on the spread are 6-20 ATS, 6-20 ATS since 2022. So it's just, that's shocking to me. Right now, I see it's kind of, 60-60 on the Falcons, which is very close. I just want to see what's going to happen here. I think the Falcons the Panthers. I'm shocked right now that we're not seeing 3s, that it's still 3.5. It is Tuesday. When are we going to start seeing? Because I could see this closing at 2.5 in favor of the Panthers. And that definitely changes it would definitely obliterate my bullishness on the market and any bullishness that I did have on the Falcons market. I just look at these, so obviously the Panthers were a double-digit dog. They came off a win. It's a definite sell high spot. They were in a terrible spot at home against the Saints. They're 0-6 now at home as favorites since 2022. They average 3.5 yards per play, a 40% success rate. I mean, that's against the Saints. Bryce Young was only pressured on 20% of his dropbacks, and he could only muster up 5 yards per attempt and a 62.8 passer rating versus an inferior defense than he's going to see this upcoming week. He had a 7% turnover-worthy play rate. The worst PFF grade by any quarterback in Week 10 was Bryce Young, in a must-win spot to keep playoff hopes alive. I think he struggles with his size. It's definitely apparent sometimes where it definitely doesn't feel like he has the ability, the range to be able to complete passes from the pocket and to see, things developing in front of him. And I feel like the Panthers are Jekyll and Hyde, because it's hard to know what you're going to get, because Bryce Young, he's a quarterback that He has good games. He has bad games. You can win with him, not because of him. The offensive line is good, but they lack weapons at skill positions on offense. The defense could post great performances like they did against Green Bay and ATL earlier in the year, but then they could get shellacked by Buffalo and New England. And if you look back at that Atlanta game earlier in the season, if you look at yards per play, total yards, I mean, there's defensive touchdowns, special teams plays being made by the Panthers that really flipped the script in that 30-0 victory, which also got to be very prevalent on the Falcons' head. And I feel like the Falcons are on the other end of that spectrum. The Panthers have overperformed this season relative to their expectations. They have a great coach, one of the best coaches in the league, in my opinion, to be able to get this Panthers team to 5-4. But I feel like they've drastically overperformed, and the Falcons have drastically underperformed with a good talent roster that I think has a high ceiling. And I think they've been let down by their coaching staff. So the coaching factor alone gives you, a notch in your belt if you're a backer of the Panthers. But I feel like Penix is still in his rookie season. You can see it. You can see it game in and game out where he's making mistakes, missing throws. But you can also see throws that are incredible and some of the best you'll see in the league. You could also see him, unlike Jordan Love was able to do, handle pressure in some cases and deliver just massive throws that you will never see out of. I haven't seen yet out of Jordan Love that Penix is able to throw from the pocket. His spray chart is second to none. I mean, he's going to be a good quarterback in the league. And I feel like the coaching staff is letting him down. The route concepts are elementary. The use of play action. Oh, my God, the use of play action. You got the best running backs in the league. You run the ball at a higher, not the highest rate in the league, but you're running the ball more than you're passing the ball. They're using play action 19% of the time. 19%. That's the lowest mark in the league. You have this rushing attack? Like, what are you doing, coach? Here's a list of the quarterbacks with the highest percentage of dropbacks from play action. This is a very critical point. When you're looking at coaching and how good coaching is, use of play action. What does it tell us? Okay, here's the list of quarterbacks. Highest play action rate in the NFL. Stafford and McVay, Daniel Jones and Steichen, Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, Jared Goff, Dan Campbell, Sam Darnold, and Clint Kubiak. That sounds like a roster of the best quarterback coordinator combos in the NFL outside of Caleb Williams, but he does have Ben Johnson. He does have Ben Johnson, who we know is legitimate. Their coaching staff is letting this offense down immensely. The Falcons defense, I feel like, is overperforming the expectations. They're slightly above. I mean, they know how to execute. Cover six, another thing, a good coaching on the defensive side. So all the bad coaching offensively, there's really good coaching defensively. They're doing exactly what I like to see. I mean, the meta for good coordinators, we just talked about the offensive side, play action. The defensive side, it's cover four, it's cover six. It's defenses that morph depending on the release from the second receiver, or if they line up 3-by-1 or 2-by-2. If it motions from 2-by-2 to 3-by-1, the defense changes and adjusts. You see that with the Falcons. And they have veteran players that could execute. And the defensive line is just like, go get them, boys, I think that this Falcons team, I think they're underpriced. I think that if anything, that it would be a buy low spot on the Falcons, and we could still sell high. There's still some lower to go for this Panthers organization, especially going on the road in Atlanta. I know they're coming, but then on the other side, you got the Falcons coming back from overseas, and I don't know. There's definitely both sides of the equation, so that's why I haven't moved.
See, I don't care. The 5-5, the 3-6. I mean, is that really part of the optics that cappers are focused on?
Well, not cappers, but people who open up their apps on Sunday, and a buddy of mine who called me just today, talking about records. But
who in their right mind wants to back the Panthers? Zero, nobody. They just lost to who we thought was arguably the worst team in the NFL at home. Doesn't that have to be the number one optic in this, more than the fact that they're 5-5 and the Falcons are 3-6?
I don't know, man, because you do get the Panthers beaten. They beat the Falcons. So look at the history. Like the Panthers beat the Falcons 30-0. The Panthers beat the Packers. You get the record. It's not just the past game. What the simpleton handicapper does is open the schedule and say, oh, this team beat them. They lost to them. Oh, this is the spot. I don't know. I could definitely see. In my opinion, I look at the 3.5 with the Panthers. I'm like, this is a fucking gift.
God,
because the Panthers, I mean, you got to give the defense credit there too. Their defense has been playing stout, even when they're losing games. It's really the offense. And that's why I shit on Bryce Young in the offense, because the defense has been solid, which makes me start thinking about unders.
I mean, if the Falcons weren't coming back from Berlin, the main point to me would be that 30-0 loss, but that was a long time ago. I mean, I almost don't even remember it. But it is important here. The Falcons got annihilated by the Panthers in Carolina. Top set loving the under here.
Yeah, the under. I mean, the under is hitting at 72% when the home team opens 3.5 and closes 3.5. Because I think this is going to close 3. I'm not sure, but yeah, 72%. 72%.
I think that the main optics that I want to mess with. It's too bad that the 30-0 exists as part of this story, but I want to mess with what we just saw, what we've been seeing. The Panthers, I think that everybody is now dropped the Packers on their power rankings.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Packers have been dropped, so that because of that, like, I don't think everyone's like, well, this team just beat the
Packers.
Maybe that's wrong, but Packers have scored 20 points in the last 2 games.
Yeah, right.
So, but
I mean, there's definitely a reason I haven't bet this. So we're just building both sides of the equation. This is beautiful work we're doing here.
Okay, well, I'm interested in the Panthers. I'm gonna just leave it at interest right now, because the problem is I really want to back them because of what everybody just saw last week. I think that's on the tip of everybody's mind, not the 30-0, not that, but
Mel,
it's great to see you.
I agree, Mel. I agree. I can't wait till those 3:00 games. I hit every single one of them. Every single one of the 3:00 games.
All right, that is Panthers Falcons. So nothing official for us at this point. Troy, let's roll on. 1 p.m. Eastern, we head to Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. 43 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 2-mile-per-hour winds. Buccaneers 6-3, 4-1 on the road. Buffalo Bills 6-3, 4-1 at home. Nice weather, as I said. 43 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 2-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for Buccaneers Bills. You talked about Hoyt going down. It's a problem. It's a big problem.
He was a savage. I don't even know what his PFF grade was, but he completely changed that run defense. He was a plug, an absolute plug, like Vita Vea-esque.
It's a big problem. The total was look ahead. Total was 50.5. It got bet down to 49.5 up to 50. It closed, at 50. Reemerges at 50.5. It's now down to 48. So it's a pretty legit move here towards the under. On the point spread, the Bills are minus 5.5. This opened up at 6, 5.5. We all know what the 5.5s do week after week after week after week after week. When it gets down to 5, 4.5, they menace. From a cash flow standpoint here, we have the sorry, where the hell is it? Here we go. We have 51% of the tickets, 54% of the cash on Buffalo. It's a bit of a surprise. I thought more money would be on them. 82% of tickets on the under. 82% of cash. God, I'm screwing this up. Sorry, I've been up too long. 82% of tickets on the over, 82% of cash on the under. And the books are respecting that towards the under. So let's roll here. Buccaneers, 15th ranked passing offense, 12th ranked rushing offense. We don't count that. Bucky's not coming back this week. Godwin is not coming back this week. So I don't know. Godwin is not as important as Bucky. Red zone offense, 24th. Third down offense, 24th. Pass defense, 8th. Rush defense, 9th. Their red zone defense, 21st. Third down defense, 17th. Their pass rush, 9th. Bucks coming off a disappointing 28-23 loss at home to the Patriots. Noise canceled score was 31-30 Patriots. Baker was 28-43 for 273 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Egbuka caught 6 for 115 touchdowns. Sean Tucker led the ground game. He ran 9 times for 53 yards And Todd Bowles has confirmed that Bucky and Chris Godwin are not playing in Week 11. The defense got gashed, 435 yards and 7.4 yards per play, but they only allowed 16 first downs. They got taken for big plays. We talked about it in the Patriots breakdown for Thursday Night Football, but the Patriots had 3 touchdowns of 50-plus yards. And that 54-yard pass to Mac Hollins, that wasn't a touchdown. Pass rush had 1 sack, 6 quarterback hits. Tyke Smith had an interception. And guard Ben Bredesen left the game with a hamstring injury in the first quarter. Now, a big thing to keep an eye on is Hassan Reddick could come back for this. He's a key defender, outside linebacker. So keep an eye on that. And we know that Mike Evans not coming back anytime soon. Let's talk about these Buffalo Bills coming off an ugly 30-13 loss at Miami, down 16-0 at the start of the fourth. Passing offense, 7th. Rushing offense, 4th. Red zone offense, 7th. They score touchdown 65.6% of the time. Their third down offense, 5th. They convert 43.9% of the time. It's great offense. Here's the problem. Their pass defense is 24th, and their rush defense is 29th. It's a huge, huge problem that we thought would get fixed with Ogunjobi and Hoyt coming back from their PED suspensions. That is not the case. Ogunjobi's still there, but Hoyt gone. Red zone defense 14th, third down defense 13th, and that pass rush is 6th. They need Epinesa back badly. They're dealing with injuries. Now, we know what Maxwell Hairston and Cole Bishop are about to be. Phenomenal. That's the future of those two guys working together. But the noise cancel score was slightly closer, 30-21 Dolphins. Win snapped a 7-game winning streak against the Dolphins. And Buffalo did not convert a first down until the third quarter. Josh Allen was 28-40 for 306 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception. He also ran 4 for 31, lost a fumble. Khalil Shakir, that fumble was sad to watch because he was just, putting it. That's so often when they're just trying too hard. That's when they fumble. Jem Bet says Buffalo needs a WR1. Yes, because it doesn't look like Khalil Shakir is him. 7 catches for 58 yards. James Cook ran 13 times for 53 yards, caught 4 for 24. He also lost a fumble. The defense tried to keep them in it. They held the Dolphins to 3 of 9 on third down, gave them only 1 opportunity in the red zone, but the pass rush was invisible. Epinesa, he was inactive. He's listed as questionable this week. They lose rookie Landon Jackson. He looks to be done for the year, defensive end. Dalton Kincaid is week to week after suffering a hamstring injury. Here we go, Troy. This is a beauty. Buccaneers, Bills.
This is another tough game. I mean, I feel like every game we've covered so far has been a tough handicap because both these teams off losses last week, 2 quality teams. Bills on the road in a divisional game off that massive win. Much better than the Tampa Bay loss because I thought Tampa Bay got, off a bye week. They got smacked up with a healthy offensive line against an opponent that we perceived to be at the top of their market. But what we learned about this, you touched on this. We've learned a lot of things about both these teams the past week, in my opinion. Bills' run defense is vulnerable. They shut down the Panthers rushing attack. Obviously, that's easy to do when you're up so big so early. They shut down the Chiefs' rushing attack. The Chiefs don't have a quality run game. They never do. They got exposed by the Dolphins, and the loss of Hoyt cannot be understated in this game. So despite all of what we know about the Bills' offense, how great Josh Allen has been, a bend but don't break defense does not work if you cannot defend the interior, if you do not have any push on the interior of the defensive line against the run. The Bucs' offense, so that's the one thing we learned about the Bills. The Bucs, the offense is predicated on at least a threat of a good running game. I mean, look what happens when they play quality opponents. And Bucky Irving is a necessary piece for this offense. I know his PFF grade and some things you could look at, like his yards per carry, might suggest differently. But this Tampa Bay Bucs offensive line has historically been known for not being able to generate any type of offense in the run game. And if you look at Bucky Irving, what he was able to do to extend plays, break tackles, pick up yards, that I think hidden yardage. You're not getting that out of the Bucs backfield right now. And since he's been out, you can visibly see offensive regression. Down in distance has become a little longer. The call sheet shrinks on third and short situations. And I feel like this team is just going to struggle without him, without a running game. So if anything, that I know they're trying to figure out how to run the football, especially this week. So that's going to be where you're going to win or lose this game if you're a better. If you think the Bucs are going to be able to run the ball, you should be on the Bucs. If you think the Bills are going to be able to stop it, you're going to be on the Bills. And that's why I'm on the Bills, because the Bucs struggle to run the ball versus all their opponents. The Patriots, 4.55 yards per carry. That looks pretty good, right? The success rate was below 45%. Versus the Saints, 3 yards per carry. The Lions, 3.4 yards per carry. The 49ers, 4.0 yards per carry, but Baker Mayfield skewed those numbers, and the Seahawks, 2.3 yards per carry. I do not think they're going to be able to generate offense on the ground. Just watching this Tampa Bay offensive line go to work every single Sunday and watch them not being able to run the football. I feel like that's not going to change here. The Bucs defense, I mean, they struggled against top offenses they've seen as well, especially the ones with mobile quarterbacks, like the Patriots, 7.4 yards per play, the Lions, 6.0 yards per play, the Seahawks, 8.6 yards per play. I feel like the Bills awful loss to the right side in this game. I feel like the public is going to show their hand and back this Bucs team. It's something they've been wanting to do this entire year after watching what the Bucs have been able to muster up late in the football games. I want to look at the cash flow right now on action.
Is this going to be the first time that you've bet a favorite where the dog's gone through the 6?
Well, see, this is where I had to go back and look at. I had to go back and pull up because where that opening line and how fast it moved. It just made me realize, we're missing one of our key books right now, and we're missing our key book that we use, to reference. And if you go look up where that line opened at Penny, it opened at 5.5, juice towards the 5. And I feel like once that line opened, you've seen Chris, bookmaker, some of the sharp offshores move with it. And so that's why that's actually how I was going to close out. Like, I'm pissed about that. We don't have easy access to that information. You have to use, basically I use AI to be able to pull that information now for the penny lines and where they opened. So especially when it's opening up 5.5, 6, it's very important. But I'm on the Bills double result plus 100.
So you're not okay. That's wow. Okay, that changes it because so then you're not even. I mean, I did the same thing with the Panthers. Saints went through the 6, so I took the double result. Didn't work out well for me. I like the double result though. I think the Bills are likely to be shot out of a cannon here. Mark, I know that very well, my friend. Respect, my man. Digging says Bills 12-0 straight up after back-to-back games, allowing 20-plus points. But he also says Bucs is a road dog of more than 3 or 8-2 against the spread over the last 10. Top set on Bills and under. I want the Bills. I think that their issues defensively are real. Now, will they not be real if Ed Oliver and Epinesa are on the absolutely, yeah, they'll be ready to go.
Here you go, Jimmy. Home teams that open and close between -4 and -5.5, which is based on penny. 25-11 ATS, 29-7 straight up. If non-conference in this market, 7-2 ATS, 9-0 straight up. Now, depending on how you want to quantify the market, I guess that is so.
Yeah, if you feel like it started as a 6 or not.
Right.
I like where you're at. I think that the Bills double result is a good bet. I think they take care of business. Tariq going to run it back with the Bills and Cook combo. Cook coming off a rough day as well. I like where you're at. Action Jackson says Bills smashed the Bucs after the ugly loss in Miami. I mean, they're both kind of coming off disappointing losses. One's much worse than the other. And Oldie says Bucs have the Rams after this one too. I mean, I guess we could be sitting here with the Bucs 6-5 in 2 weeks. I like where you're at. I guess you just have to make that distinction as to whether this opened up at a 6 or not.
That's what it was for me. That's definitely what I was battling with today. And then the question from the X's and O standpoint is, are the Bucs going to be able to run the ball?
Well, I mean, I think that's more about. Yes, they will be able to because the Bills' rush defense is the 4th worst in the National Football League. So even with, weak pieces, mainly Tucker, but Rachaad White's got to do something. Yes, I think they'll move the ball on the ground against the Bills. I think every single team that plays the Bills will be able to move the ball on the ground against them. Look what Achane just did. Now, obviously, he's an elite running back, and we're talking about, middling running backs. But yes,
What about like the Patriots offense? What about the Patriots offense? 22 carries, 71 yards. That won't be enough. They won the game. They won the game, so asterisk on that.
Who was in that lineup? That was a tougher. I know that Hoyt wasn't in that lineup, but didn't you have both Ed Oliver and Epinesa in that game?
You had no Epinesa. You had Epinesa, and I don't see Ed Oliver.
Okay, maybe he was already hurt. This Bills defense is now going to get worse as the season goes on, and I'm astonished that there was no move made. I think everybody in Buffalo is astonished. If you listen to the radio, why did they not fortify? It's everybody's upset in Buffalo that they didn't add to their defense here. All right, I like where you're at though, and this game is going to require more work as the week goes on. Did you have a feel for this total?
No, I really didn't have a feel for this total, man, because I think there could be a lot. I think there could be a lot of volatility in this game. Looking at the history, I just feel like it could be very volatile.
Harold Williams, I almost took the Bucs win total. I thought it was safer only taking the division at plus 100. So that's all. That's the future I have on the Bucs. But then I added to it. Remember, I added, and if I could go back in time, obviously I would say no. Save it for the Seahawks, which I don't have. All right, Troy on the Bills double result, which makes sense. I don't know if I bet it tonight though. I like it and I'm interested in it. Let's roll on. Next spot for us, we head to Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee, 1 p.m. Eastern. Houston Texans 4-5, 1-3 on the road. Tennessee Titans 1-8, 0-4 at home. 68 Fahrenheit. It's actually beautiful in Nashville on Sunday. 68 Fahrenheit, partly sunny, 10-mile-per-hour winds. Let's take a look at this line history here. We have a 38.5. Opened up, or the look ahead was 38.5. Reemerged at 38, got up to 39, got up to 39.5. This was a 39.5 at 2 p.m. today. Now we have a 38.5. Despite getting destroyed on the Jacksonville-Houston unders last week, I could easily go back. I just want to talk it out first. The look ahead here was 7. It got bet up to 8 and then back down to 7.5 and 7. Reemerged at 7. So it's basically moved 3 cents since the reemergence. We get to the cash flow here for Texans Titans. We have 75% of the tickets on Houston and just 52% of the cash. It's interesting. DraftKings hanging at 7.5. The only book I see doing that. ESPN bet hanging at 6.5. Then we have 62% tickets on the over and 69% cash on the over. I told you that CJ Stroud was not going to play. I did not need any coach or anything. I saw the interview with him and his mom. And I said he's not going to play. Starting to, after you spend a little time watching these athletes and studying them, and you sort of know their how they handle situations. And I don't think he comes back here. Now he's still in concussion protocol. He could come back here, but I don't think he does. I think his mom tells him not to. And you saw who the interview was. It was him and his mom after the game. And look, I mean, I could say things about all that. I could say things about him sobbing on the sidelines when his, Tank Dell gets hurt. And I've said those things. I don't need to say them again. If you want to do your interviews with your mom beside you and all that, he's a very religious man. He can handle things however he wants. Houston Texans passing offense 27th, rushing offense 10th. I was shocked, as everybody was, with that big comeback. Red zone offense 30th at 44.4%. Third down offense 23rd at 36.6%. They struggle in the most important moments. Passing defense 7th, rush defense 8th. Their red zone defense is 23rd, which we thought was such a strong defense. Their third down defense is 3rd, and their pass rush is 2nd. I mean, Jalen Petrie, when you miss certain elements of a defense, and we know how important some of these players are, Petrie's so crucial. There's so many he might be more important than Stingley at this point. They're coming off a wild 36-29 victory at home over the Jaguars, down 29-10 heading into the fourth. Second largest comeback in franchise history. They had a 21-point comeback over the Chargers in 2013. A noise-canceled score was 32-12 Texans, so they dominated the game, deserved better. Texans now gained the Jags 4-12 to 213. Davis Mills was 27-45 for 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, interception. Nico caught 7 for 136. Woody Marks ran 14 times for 63 yards and a touchdown. 10 of 13 on third down. 4 of 5 in the red zone. That's, look, I told you guys how much I did not believe in the Jags this year, and I got their season win total under, and it's live, man. It's live still. The defense held the Jags to 4 of 11 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. Danielle Hunter, 3.5 of the Texans, 5 sacks, 4 of their 6 quarterback hits. Stingley had an interception, and they lose MJ Stewart. Carted off in the second quarter. Season-ending injury, doing surgery for the left quad. Let's talk about these Tennessee Titans. They have the third worst passing offense, the second worst rushing offense, the second worst red zone offense, and the worst third down offense. This is the worst offense in the National Football League. Pass defense ranked 22nd, rush defense 15th, third down defense ranked 24th. They allow conversions 41.6% of the time. Red zone defense 20th. They allow touchdowns 61.8% of the time, and 19th ranked pass rush. But they're coming off their bye week, and McCoy has these guys pumped up. They're feeling, they're pumped up. They know that they're 1-8. They also know and believe that Cam Ward is the future and is going to step up and show everybody why he was the number 1 overall pick. Most sacked quarterback in the NFL. They put so much time and energy and money into this offensive line, and it didn't work. They were last seen in a 27-20 home loss to the Chargers. They're 1-8. That matches the 1994 Houston Oilers record for the worst start in franchise history. Cam Ward has more picks than touchdown passes. He's only completing 57.6% of his passes. They have only 3 rushing touchdowns. Their offense has scored 8 touchdowns this year through 9 games. And it's horrific. The defense and special teams scored a touchdown in that loss against Chargers. That's why it was 27-20. Offense picked up 6 points. That's what they did with 2 field goals. There's 13 rookies on this roster. I mean, it's a mess. They've scored the fewest points in the NFL. They have the worst point differential in the NFL. And Titans have lost 8 straight in Nissan Stadium. Now, they get 5 of their last 8 games here at Nissan Stadium. And, Mike McCoy got to have a bye week to kind of work here. Jeffrey Simmons is also... So, Jeffrey Simmons has been missed the past 2 games and most of a third with a hamstring injury. So he's hoping to be back on the field. We'll have to see what the Wednesday injury report of Arden Key and Xavier Woods, linebacker and safety, that are very important. And then Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley caught 5 catches for 131 yards and then hurt his hamstring, so he could be back too. I want the Titans here. I don't. Just betting that CJ Stroud's not going to start is probably not the wisest thing. I think I should wait. I want to sell the Texans and Davis Mills high, and I'm also interested in the under. Troy Torrance, take it away. Texans, Titans.
I mean, this is really, truly a handicap I want zero part of. That's just my personal opinion. The Texans are 4-5 in a must-win game. You say we're getting Stroud back this week, or
no? I don't think Stroud.
No Stroud this week.
That's my prediction. Yeah. If you did your interview with your mom beside you and your mom was asking for all the prayers in the world, I wouldn't expect you on the field either.
Yeah, I guess if he's not in, and that's why I don't want to have to worry about Davis Mills on the road for the first time. What are we going to get? Can the Texans move the ball? You can't back the Titans because their offense has absolutely no hope. In my opinion, I see absolutely no hope when I watch this Titans offense, and against this defense, you cannot make a case for them. And you can't bet against the Titans because they're at the bottom of the barrel in the market, so low that it's like, is this going to be able to crash to zero? Because right now they're hovering around the very bottom of the barrel. Like it's incredible. And so I don't know. I mean, typically in this market environment, the road team wins, the home team covers, and the game goes flying over the total. So the chances I bet this game is close, if not 0% entirely.
I want the Titans here. Wage Detective, I think that if there was a chance for the Titans to do something offensively, it'd be coming off of a bye week. You know, they have a lot of time to prepare. The Texans are a very good defense. It didn't look quite as good, you know, this past week. And the injury report is key here. It's key. So let's go back to it, even though I had it all written down. I wouldn't mind just giving it a once over. There's a couple different sites that I use because some are more in-depth than others. But let's just take a look at this one here because I mean, this defense without Jalen Petrie, we saw it when he got hurt last year. I don't want to say crumbled. Now, so Jalen Petrie has to come back because MJ Stewart's out now. So I guess that is it. If Jalen Petrie's announced in, I will bet the under. If there's no Jalen Petrie, I mean, I and the Titans off of a bye, I'll bet the Titans. And if it goes down to 6.5 and I don't get to 7, I'm fine with that. That's my plan. My plan is to be on the Titans. Everything kind of revolves around Jalen Petrie. And if he's in, I'll take the unders. If he's not, I'm just going to take the Titans. And I still may bet the under. And maybe this move from 39.5 down to 38.5 is somebody knowing that Petrie's in. Coming off the concussion. Anthony Richardson says under. Tell me, didn't you say this? Says Titans needed a miracle to beat the Cards. Yeah, that was a fluke. Their only win was an absolute fluke. Don't get me wrong. But the Texans just played a very tough football game against a huge rival. They scored 19 points. They were down, 19 in the fourth quarter. And what? They scored 26? Huge comeback, huge celebration. I would like to fade that. I would like to fade Davis Mills, as Troy was talking about going on the road. I would like to fade this with confidence. Luke Burrow says, what are the Titans special teams like? I can go right now, and the Titans special teams are good. They are ranked 10th in the NFL, the Titans special teams. Houston Texans special teams are ranked 18th. And that's from PFF. Okay, so that's my plan. Troy, you want nothing to do with this one?
No, I want nothing to do with it.
Frank Virginia, smart move, man. Selling his son's Pokemon collection to triple up. I love it, Frank. Go get it, Frank. You earned it. Let's roll. Next up for us, 1 p.m. Eastern. We had the U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Chicago Bears 6-3, 3-2 on the road. Minnesota Vikings 4-5, 1-3 at home. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing to bring up. Let's bring in the line history here for Bears Vikings. This is going to be a fun one. We have the Vikings -3. It's juiced to -117. The look ahead was -3, but it was juiced towards the Bears. Then this reemerged. It reemerged at 2.5 at -120. Started getting bet up. Moved to 3 yesterday at 12:56 p.m. And then it's now moved 5 cents in Minnesota's direction to -117 to a juiced 3. From a total standpoint here, we have a 48.5. This look ahead was 47 and was bet down to 46. Then it reemerged on Sunday night at 45.5. This has climbed up 3 points and it had gone higher. This was a 49 today. It's very, very, very interesting move towards the over. And Wager Detective saying over. And Harold Williams got the Vikings -2.5. And Dizzy Donuts on the other side with Bears money line. The Bears team total over 23.5. Says they will not let JJ beat them twice. Not happening. Bears are rolling. Tell me, didn't just say that. It says Bear down. And Deacon Mike says the Bears. Let's take a look at the cash flow for Chicago, Minnesota. We have 71% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on the Minnesota Vikings, and the line's moving in their direction. These legal American books don't have the Vikings juice. Circa's just got a -110 on each side. 81% of tickets on the over, 83% cash on over, and this is climbing. So let's talk about the Bears. Passing offense ranked 12th, rushing offense ranked 5th. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that's the case with the Bears, but that's what they're ranked. And Caleb had a monster game despite the Bears only putting up 24 points. Red zone offense, 22nd. Third down offense, 10th. Pass defense is ranked 25th. Been dealing with injuries to the secondary. Rush defense, 22nd. Red zone defense, 12th. Third down defense is 6th. They only allow conversions 34.4% of the time. The pass rush just got issues. It's ranked 22nd. They coming off a 24-20 home victory over the Giants. Noise canceled score was 32-31 Bears. Caleb Williams was 20 of 36 for 220 and a touchdown and no picks, but he ran 8 times for 63 yards and a touchdown. Rome Odunze caught 6 for 86 and a touchdown. DeAndre Swift ran 13 times for 80 yards. Bears were 4-15 on 3rd and 4th down. Terrible, but they did step up in the red zone, 3 of 4 in the red zone. And their red zone offense, their third down offense is generally good. So that was a bit of an aberration. The defense struggled at times. They allowed the Giants to put up 431 total yards a week after allowing the Bengals to put up 42 points on them. But they held them to 6 of 18 on 3rd and 4th down, held them to just 1 of 4 in the red zone. Pass rush looked stronger, 4 sacks, 9 quarterback hits. DJ Moore dealing with the shoulder injury. It's a real problem. And TJ Edwards, linebacker, was inactive. He's listed as questionable to go this week. My dude says Gardner Johnson, best pickup for the Bears. My dudes, he said going off since he re-entering Dennis Allen's system. 2 sacks this past week. He was very important. Let's talk about these Vikings, the worst ranked passing offense in the NFL, 23rd ranked rushing offense, 20th ranked red zone offense, the 2nd worst third down offense in the NFL. Their pass defense is the 3rd worst ranked in the NFL. Rush defense 11th. Now, Flores does some nice things. They have the 5th ranked red zone defense, the 8th ranked third down defense, and the 16th ranked pass rush. And the pass rush been dealing with injuries. Vikings coming off a 27-19 loss at home to the Ravens. Noise canceled score was 24-22 Vikings. J.J. McCarthy was 20 of 42 for 248, touchdown, 2 picks. He also ran 5 times for 48 yards. Naylor led receivers with 5 catches for 124 yards and a touchdown. Vikings were just 5 of 19 on 3rd and 4th down. We know that's an issue for them. 2 of 3 in the red zone, a little better than their season-long percentages. And the defense kept them in it. They held the Ravens to 4.9 yards per play, 6 of 15 on 3rd down, held them to 2 of 5 in the red zone. Pass rush was quiet once again, 1 sack and 4 quarterback hits. Now, let's talk about the issues. Outside linebacker Jonathan Greenard, who's so important. He was hurt. He didn't return. It's a shoulder injury. They say that it's believed he has avoided a serious injury. When they say that, the guy doesn't play the next week. But he does come back. Now, but again, I'm connecting dots. I probably shouldn't. So, tight end Josh Oliver missed a 2nd straight game with a foot injury. Backup cornerback Jeff Okudah is now on injured reserve with the concussion. He's not coming back anytime soon. And Theo Jackson was out at safety with the concussion. Now, here is a big part that I've been talking about for a while. I've been telling you guys that Ryan Kelly is coming back. No one's confirmed that he's coming back. He's a very good center. He's going to help JJ very, very much. And I expect he was working on the side, practice sidelines on the side all last week. I expect him to be under center or at center. Take it away for us here, Troy. Bears, Vikings, US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
I feel like these are 2 teams that I am only looking to fade for the most part. I mean, the Bears are evolving to the very peak of their personal market, and the Vikings had their own QB disaster because I think J.J. McCarthy has been bad. He's shown glimpses of potential, and but you just don't want to fall. I don't know. It's hard to say you don't want to fall into the game of betting on potential in theory, but in practice, it's kind of what sports betting is. Honestly, betting on potential is one of the only ways you might be able to manufacture an edge against the books. From an X's and O's standpoint, in my opinion, the guys setting the fair market value of these events. I mean, the Bears are a tale of 2 units. The offense, which I think is showing progress. I think you look at Caleb Williams' advanced metrics, he's showing a bunch of progress. This offense is showing a super high ceiling, in my opinion, because the offensive line is performing at a top 10 grade in both pass block and run blocking categories. And largely it's because of a great scheme being put together by Ben Johnson. They have weapons at every position on the field. But you have a nail polish wearing leader who is an athletic specimen, but he cannot deliver from the pocket. He's the most explosive quarterback in the NFL. I really think I really think that's the truth. His arm strength, his mobility. I think he's the fastest quarterback in the NFL as well. Unfortunately, over half the position at quarterback requires a high level of IQ and intelligence, and Caleb Williams relies on athleticism and personal feelings more. So he's not a quarterback that is going to, at this moment in time, elevate this offense to an elite level, but he could in the future. Still massive signs of improvement year over year. And the defense on the other side is a completely different story because it's a crash collision. It's a natural disaster. Dennis Allen, he does not have the personnel to deploy the man-to-man scheme he wants to play. Talked about this pretty much every week. The front four struggles to generate pressure. The linebacker core is worthless without Edwards on the field. He turns this run defense to an actually, halfway decent run D. Without him, they're awful. This is just a terrible matchup, in my opinion, for the Bears offense. Caleb Williams' EPA per dropback is 8 times worse for zone coverage than it is man coverage. 8 times worse. Vikings played nothing but zone, and a complex zone at that. Last time these two teams match up, Caleb's had 60 yards rushing. Surprised the Vikings defense on that one. It's not going to happen again, especially after they're watching film of what Caleb Williams did with his legs to come back against the Giants. These were critical rushes on third down, on down distances where they needed it. Caleb Williams was able to get it. I don't think that's going to happen with the Vikings. With Flores calling plays, I think they're going to be ready for that. And the question becomes, can the Vikings shut down Ben Johnson's rushing attack? You could argue yes, looking at week 1 as the example, or you can argue the latter because that was the Bears' first game with Ben Johnson and this offensive line starting to feel each other out. So that's a tough question to answer. But we also have to figure out about J.J. McCarthy, and will he be able to find success against the Bears defense, because he's the worst quarterback in the league by many measures. The Bears defense is a bottom 5 in its current state. With all the weapons in the offense in mind, O'Connell being at the helm for the offense, it's hard to imagine the Vikings don't find success. It's going to be time to fade this Bears team. I'm just not sure in this spot, and you're going to press me on this because the market history. I mean, this is fascinating. Market in division, because I'm filtering this down to look specifically at divisional markets where the home teams open below 3 and moves towards the home team to 3 or higher, because we're heading higher than 3 in this case. It's only so basically that narrows the entire last till back to 2022 down to just 12 games. Narrows it down to 12 games. It's only going through the 3 twice, and the home team is 2-0 in that case, winning by 6 and by 7. So pretty close games, but the home team's got it done. 10 times it landed on -3 exactly, and the home team is 3-7 ATS and straight up in that sample. So this is a really tough game. I want to fade the Bears. The Bears are the team you want to fade in this market. If I think it's going through 3, you better grab it now, because I do think it's going to go through the 3. I think this is going to be one of the outliers. Out of 12 games, 10 of them landed on 3. I think that this is going to be one that goes through, and the Vikings take care of business.
I agree. I want to back the Vikings. It's very public right now. I mean, the public hasn't started betting. You could say that.
Yeah, but it's kind of shocking to see that, though. It's shocking to me to see. Right now at action, it's 50-50 ATS, 50-50 on the ATS. So
I like this spot. I really like when teams – now, Greenard is a big piece, but I can probably get past it. Now, the reason why CJ Gardner-Johnson was so crucial to the Bears was because Kyler Gordon is gone, and we saw what Brisker and Gordon were combining to do last year, what they've been able to do when they're healthy.
Jalen Johnson, I mean, he's been out. I understand, but yeah, he's a massive piece. I mean, he was our best DB.
We saw the difference with this team when Van Ginkel's healthy and Cashman is healthy for the Vikings, and so if Greenard is out, that's a problem. But I really like the Vikings after playing the Ravens and not having to travel, and then the Bears come into town.
Yeah,
I think this is going to feel
win streak.
It's going to feel so much easier.
Van Ginkel did play in that first matchup, but Cashman did not, which is huge, right? Because Cashman is the athletic.
And this Vikings rush defense is highly thought of and highly ranked.
Yeah. The rush defense is solid. That's the strongest element, is that you're going to have Caleb Williams dropping back in a pocket that's collapsing because a blitz is coming at him. It's going to be, will Cashman be able to make the open field tackle on Caleb Williams? I think the answer is yes.
And DR said Cashman got hurt early against the Bears. Now, I do agree with Deacon to some extent. And he says, I think momentum has a lot to do with it. Bears will win. If this comes down to, one quarterback, can they make a game-winning drive, put a game-winning drive together? It wouldn't surprise me if Caleb Williams is capable of doing that. I'm not sure if McCarthy is. I would bet against that, but I think that this is a really good spot for the Vikings, and to win a noise canceled score against the Ravens, that's impressive. The Ravens are a really, really good football team, and even the put up 19 points against the Ravens is not easy. Again, we've seen the difference with this defense as soon as Gilman came on to it. It was a perfect trade the Harbaugh brothers made with each other to make each team better, or each side better. It's a win-win for both sides. And then Ryan Kelly comes back. Ryan Kelly's going to be announced back any minute, isn't he? And now you have a Pro Bowl type center to help a very young quarterback. Yes, Doug was. It's hard to trust McCarthy. I agree, but I expect to move on the Vikings. Do you?
I'm going to be sitting with it. I definitely want to see this 3 juiced almost a 3.5. I mean, I'll be looking towards the Vikings probably on a money line parlay. I mean, there's no way I'm going to end up with Bears in my pocket after the past few weeks on the road in this environment. No. I probably will be on the Vikings.
I expect to move on the Vikings. I understand Mark A starting with and Harold already did, and Mark starting at the under 48.5. I do feel like I need to learn more about these quarterbacks and before I really start trusting totals at this point.
I mean, even the side is sketchy. Like, I don't know. Even the side is sketchy just because J.J. McCarthy, I mean, he's playing against this defense, though, this specific.
And what if he gets Ryan Kelly back? God, that's going to help him so much, man.
Yeah, it's so true.
All right. Luke Burrow took a Vikings money line, Pat's money line. Luke Burrow also coming off yet another a perfect week, I should say, in the Cappers contest. Another perfect week in the Cappers contest from Luke Burrow. I love it. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 1 p.m. Eastern, we head to MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. 52 Fahrenheit, chance of showers, 7-mile-per-hour winds. Packers 5-3-1. Ooh-wee. Someone's going to cash that under 10.5 wins. That's going to be me. New York Giants 2-8, 2-2 at home, and Dable has been fired. Can't.
Finally. Let's
talk about the line history here for this one. This is another fun spot. Now, I feel I used to talk about how I wish I had $100,000 in a bank account that was only reserved for when a team fired their coach. But that was not football. I think that these teams should be faded when they fire their coach. I think like Kafka is going to come in and now I'm not quite there yet. So we'll, touch on it as we go. We have a 43.5. The look ahead was 46. It reemerged at 45 and is down to 43.5. So I guess everybody thinking about what the Packers have been doing offensively. The Packers are -7. They look ahead was 7, came back out on Sunday night at 8.5 and has been bet down to 7. I find that surprising. If I look at a sharper book here, they have this as a 7.5 coming out this morning at 7.5, and they had actually kind of moved it to 8, but it's not a real 8 now. It's a +101. So not every book following the same trajectory here. Dizzy says Giants money line and Kafka we trust.
Which those splits in the market tell us one thing, that there's really a lot of uncertainty with the quarterback position, which is the biggest element, right?
Yeah, but I mean, here's a quarterback in Jackson Dart that at least do the interview without his mom beside him. But I was trying to figure out, whether he would be in, and it's hard to. I mean, obviously, if Russ Wilson is in, we hammer the Packers as fast as we can.
Yeah, I'm
not set against Dart not playing here. But let's talk about the cash flow. 79% of the tickets, 80% of the cash on the Packers, 94% of tickets, 90% of cash on the under. Let's talk about these squads. We'll start with the Green Bay Packers. Passing offense ranked 6th, rushing offense 24th, red zone offense 11th, And this is the number one third down offense in the league. Not that we would take anything from what we saw last night. They were 6 of 16 on third and fourth down. Had one attempt in the red zone. Defensively, pass defense ranked second, rush defense ranked 12th, red zone 18th, third down defense ranked 10th, and the fifth ranked pass rush. Again, this pass rush did squad ass zilch last night. But Packers are on a short week after an ugly 10-7 home loss to the Eagles. So back-to-back ugly losses. Noise canceled score was 16-14 Eagles. They're now in third place in the NFC North behind Detroit and Chicago. They had the NFC's best record before that loss to Carolina. So now, if the season ended right now, they would be seventh in the final playoff seed in the regular season. And now I wish it did, because the Chiefs would not be in the playoffs. But season is not in now. Jordan Love, 20 of 36 for 176 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. He also ran 5 times for 28 yards, fumbled twice. Fortunate to only lose one of them. Christian Watson led receivers with 2 catches for 45 yards. Josh Jacobs ran 21 times for 74 yards and touchdown, 4.0 yards per play. Now we know the Eagles are a tough D. They were 6 of 16 on third and fourth down. I already said that. The defense tried to keep them in it, held the Eagles to just 13 first downs, held the Eagles to 7 of 18 on third and fourth down, 0-1 the red zone. But that pass rush, as I said, didn't get a sack and didn't hit Hurts once. Elgin Jenkins is gone now. For how long we don't know. It's there were X-rays came back. It's a fracture in his ankle or lower leg. He's only listed as doubtful because he's a fucking monster who will play through anything. But they gotta not play him here. Dubs left the game with a chest injury. Matthew Golden didn't play. Lucas Van Ness, who they missed badly, and Nate Hobbs didn't play. The New York Giants passing offense ranked 21st, rushing offense 6th, red zone offense 29th at 47.1% of the time they're scoring touchdowns. Third down offense ranked 14th. They only convert 39.6% of the time. The third worst rush defense in the NFL. The 20th ranked pass defense. The second worst red zone defense. They allowed touchdowns 70.6% of the time. 14th ranked third down defense. And this pass rush is getting worse every time the PFF pulls out their rankings. Every single week, it's a little bit worse. A little bit worse. The Giants coming off a 24-20 loss to the Bears, fired Dable. Kafka takes over. He had a chance of getting a couple of these jobs, so this is important for him. It's somehow showing the general manager. The Giants were outscored 14-3 in that fourth quarter. The noise canceled score was 32-31 Bears, so it was close. Dart 19 of 29 for 242 yards, ran 6 times for 66 yards and a touchdown, lost a fumble, and got knocked out of the game. He's in concussion protocol. I had to double check and triple check. I was such shocked. First quarterback in NFL history with at least 1 rushing touchdown in 5 straight games. No quarterback's ever done that.
It's pretty crazy.
I was like, come on. And I checked a couple times and it's Darius Slayton caught 4 passes for 89 yards. Tyrone Tracy ran 14 times for 71 yards. Giants put up 431 yards in the loss, but 6 of 18 on third and fourth down, 1 of 4 in the red zone. The defense was strong until the fourth, held the Bears to 4 of 15 on third and fourth down, but allowed them to go 3 of 4 in the red zone. Pass rush was nowhere to be found. 0 sacks, 3 quarterback hits. Slayton's dealing with a hamstring injury. It's bothering him. Raheem Nunez-Roches departed with a toe injury. Adebo not around, but he's listed as questionable. He was inactive. So is center John Michael Schmitz, but Dart's been handling that okay. Safety Anthony Johnson, defensive end Chauncey Golston, they're inactive and are listed as questionable this week. Take it away for us here, Troy. This is a fascinating spot. Packers, Giants.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to talk about, but it's just hard for me to get excited about this type of game on a Tuesday when we don't even know who's going to be starting at the quarterback, and the disparity in the market is telling me, I don't even want to look at this market right now and maybe build a narrative that's completely worthless come Thursday, because I don't know. I mean, this is simply, I don't want to get involved in this game with a head coach that's being fired, a guy that I thought was a clear bum. I don't know who was replacing him and what that means. And watching that defensive line, that's another good point. Dropping every single week, it's telling me it's probably a lack of effort. Or, teams know that that's all they got. The defense, I've been saying it since week 2 of the NFL season. The defensive, it's basically a centralized defense, right? The only production they're getting is from their pass rush. So teams are just taking that away with play action, with running the football heavily. I feel like this is just a spot where I want to watch this market develop. Obviously, if Wilson's in, this is going to be a 10. If Wilson is in, this will be a 10. I think this is more of a dart line, to be honest, at the current number. But why would he come back? Well, why would he come back in this situation? So I feel like there's a lot of volatility that's going to happen in this market where it currently sits, just like we talked about a few games ago, the 7-point spread. Home teams cover 73% of the time. road team wins 82% of the time, and the total goes under 73% of the time. But I'm not feeling comfortable because I feel like it's going to completely change from here.
I mean, it's possible that this is his second concussion. That first one that, almost knocked him out. He came back and played. I think you're right. I think that the more I sit with it, I don't see why he would come back here. I mean, if Dart's not out there, the Packers need this badly. I didn't say Packers 2-11 against spread as road favorites of more than -3, but this is an angry squad that needs a feel-good win, don't they? Don't they need a smash and grab in the offense to get some love and the pass rush to get some sacks?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it should be a smash and grab spot. It's just that even if the line, like historically, had moved towards the Packers, it's just that it just hasn't worked out historically.
But this line's moving back, isn't it? It's moving towards the Giants at this point.
Yeah, it's moving towards the Giants. That's split favorable for the Giants. But even if it moves towards the Packers in this situation, at a sleepy noon spot, now none of these teams that I'm looking at that were, the Commanders last year against the Saints, the Eagles at the Giants. That's actually the Giants got smacked by 26 points. But none of these teams that were on the road in this sample were coming off a loss, or 2 losses at that. So. Or fired their head coach in the quarterback situation. Like, this is too much. I'm passing for now. We got to find out way more than we know right now to have clarity.
Gerald Jones looking at Green Bay double result. I mean, that's makes sense right now. Get that in, doesn't it? I mean, it's not like if Dart's in, the line's going to change that much, would it?
No, I don't think it'll change that.
6.5 or 6.
Onto a 6.5. Yeah.
The thing is, if he's not in, it goes to an 8.5, 9.
Right. I think it goes up to 10. I think Russell Wilson's that bad.
It feels to me that the Packers should absolutely annihilate the Giants here, even on a short week.
I agree. And I would definitely move if I haven't seen the history of that perceived movement that we think is coming. It's just, I think it's Russell Wilson. That's the thing. Like, this is an outlier because they're off 2 losses. I feel like I could build conviction. I would rather just know who's playing quarterback. After getting burned, and I still cashed with the Ravens, but that's like one of my only losses in terms of CLV. So I'm just being very cognizant of closing with value. And I just don't know.
I think you're right. I don't think that I didn't until we started sitting with this longer. Now I don't think Dart plays. Why would he? Why would he come back? They got to give him a little bit of extra time because he's a kid. There's no point to rush him back. So I think that this should actually be bet tonight. I think I should bet the Packers double result, Packers -7. Expect a very angry Packers team to be going up against Russell Wilson. And if not, I mean, who knows if Dart can even make it through a game. That's what I think. And that's what I think I'm going to do. I think I bet them tonight at 7. I mean, unless I'm going to study it a little more, unless I'm like, okay, well, this line moving back towards the Giants is indicating that Dart is going to play. And maybe I should just wait till tomorrow. But then if tomorrow he's still in protocol, he's not. I mean, this already moves back to an 8, doesn't it?
Oh, this is going north. This is going above that 8, I think. I don't see how it wouldn't. And if it wasn't 10 on Sunday, I'd be like, fuck. Giants are going to win this game.
I think I move on this tonight. I think I lock it in.
Don't do that, Dougie. Don't do that. If you're going to do that, go the full point down to 6.
All right, let's roll on here. Let's roll on. Oh, before we do, just like last note, AMC, my only concern is how good are the Packers. We've seen a ton of evidence that they may not be that good. I think the perception of their hot start is they're good, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure either. But I think that
they're significantly better than the team that's being put out there. But the only matchup that would favor you would be the Giants' pass rush, which I feel like could easily be taken away.
It's getting worse every week.
Bad the run D is, yeah.
So yeah, I think the Packers are not that good. but they're angry. And they're going into New York, and I think that they need a powder keg type football game, which I don't know if they're capable of even getting, but let's roll on. Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. Next up for us, 1 p.m. Eastern, the Cincinnati Bengals, 3-6, 1-3 on the road, coming off their bye week at the Pittsburgh Steelers, 5-4, 3-2 at home, Acrisure Stadium, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 56 Fahrenheit, partly sunny, 15 mile per hour winds. It's windy. It's windy this Sunday in Pittsburgh. We have Pittsburgh minus 5.5. The look ahead was 6.5, got to 6, and then got to 5. So this got to 5 at the look ahead. So then it reemerged Monday morning at 5.5. So let's start there, Troy. Do you consider this opening at a 6?
No, I do not.
Okay.
This is another one I went back and had double check to the master.
Yeah,
the opening line. It's opened at a 5.5. 5.5 minus 108 for the Steelers.
The look ahead total was 50, reemerged Monday morning at 49.5, got up to 50.5 before this move to the under 48.5. That's likely predicated on the heavy winds affecting the passing game from the Bengals. But let's start with the Bengals passing offense. Oh, they get the line history and the total. Yes, let's take a look at that cash flow. Cash flow for Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, 73% of the tickets on Pittsburgh, 65% of the cash. So 27% of the tickets on the Bengals and 35% of the cash, 94% of tickets on the over, and 90% of cash on that over. The Bengals, 13th ranked passing offense, 14th ranked rushing offense, 8th ranked red zone offense, and 12th ranked third down offense. It's a pretty good offense, and look who's back practicing. Joe Burrow. Now, he's not playing here, but he is back practicing, and they're very, very excited to have him out there on the field. He was designated to return from injured reserve Monday, and he wants to play on Thanksgiving against the Ravens on November 27th. That's what he wants. So keep that all in mind. Their defense is horrific. Passing defense ranked 27th. Rush defense, the worst in the NFL. Their red zone defense, the third worst in the NFL, allowing touchdowns 69.8% of the time. And red zone defense, second worst at 49.1% of the time. Their pass rush is ranked 28th. It was horrible. They were last seen in a tough 47-42 home loss to the Bengals. This is crazy. Listen to this stat, Troy. The Bengals are the first team since the 1966 New York Giants to score at least 38 points in consecutive games and lose them both. Al Golden is getting annihilated. I know he's got there's a lot of respect for him, but he was brought in to turn around this defense, and they have lost 4 games. Or sorry, what are my notes here? Okay, there. Sorry. So last year, the Bengals lost 4 games while scoring at least 30 points. They've already lost 2 while scoring 30 plus. As I said, the 38 plus. That's the most in the 2-year span in league history. No team's ever done that. 6 games where you scored 30 or more points and lost them all. This defense is the first since 2012 to allow at least 300 points in the first 9 games. They're the 8th team to allow at least 27 points in 8 straight games. And if they do that one more game, then they will tie the NFL record, the 2020 Chargers and the 1964 Broncos. They lead the NFL with 109 missed tackles. And what are they doing? They're wasting Flacco. He's averaging 313.5 passing yards over his last 4 starts. They love him. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are rolling. Chase leads the league with 76 receptions, second with 831 yards. Higgins has caught 19 passes in the last 4 games with 4 touchdowns. The run game is a problem, last in rushing at 78.8 yards per game. And Hendrickson is not coming back for this. He's not being ruled out, but Zach Taylor said that he's doubtful. He's not going to play. Logan Wilson was playing terrible. He's being shipped out to Dallas. We'll get into that when we talk about Dallas. Cam Taylor-Britt is being terrible. Samaje Perine is out with a high ankle sprain. He's not coming back. Shamar Stewart is supposed to be reevaluated this week, but he's week to week still. That is your Cincinnati Bengals. It's a wild cap. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers coming off an ugly 25-10 loss on Sunday night to the Chargers, which made us lots of money. Passing offense ranked 22nd, rushing offense 28th, red zone offense 8th, third down offense 26th, passing defense 18th, rush defense 15th, red zone defense 9th. The pass rush is now ranked 3rd, so it's getting better and climbing. Their third down defense has been a problem all year. It's ranked 22nd. And, why would that be? I think it's an old defense that gets tired is why. I really think that you can pinpoint the defenses that have the worst third down numbers, and you look at their average age, and it's the oldest are having trouble.
Interesting take there.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone state it. This is I've never read it or said anyone state it, but I think there's an exact correlation to the age and why the third down defense is weak. They're tired. Steelers come in off that ugly loss. Noise canceled score was 20-10 Chargers. Offense looked pitiful. Steelers only put up 221 total yards, 11 first downs, 1 failed trip to the red zone. They were 0 for 9 on third down before converting their lone TD drive. Now, what we're seeing is the Chargers defense is very good. It's healthy and it's very good. Rodgers was 16 of 31 for 161 yards, touchdown, 2 picks. Roman Wilson led receivers with 2 catches for 35 yards, touchdown. DK had 3 catches for 35 yards. Jalen Warren ran 14 times for 70 yards. The defense tried to keep the Steelers in it, held the Chargers 6-17 on third down, allowed them to go 2 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush had 5 sacks, 9 quarterback hits. Darius Slay is in concussion protocol. He's dealt with this quite a bit. I don't know if he comes back. They're still hoping that Jabril Peppers will then play. He's been inactive, but he's not on IR. Cole Holcomb is also questionable. He's going to be inactive, but he's not on IR. Isaac Sumalo, who will help on the offensive line, and wide receiver Scotty Miller. This is a fun one, man. Division rivals, Bengals, Steelers. Take it away.
I love this game, as I've loved multiple Steelers games in a row, and it's because I feel like I have a massive advantage when I'm capping this team. And I've had an incredible read. It's been 4 weeks now. Going back to week 7, we faded the Steelers at Cincy. The public was on Pitt heavily. We faded the Steelers at home in week 8 versus the Packers. The public was all over Pitt. Rah Tomlin spot didn't work out. Then the entire world flipped the script and zagged and bought the Colts in week 9. I was on the Steelers in that game. They went outright. Then I go back to the well and fading the Steelers and the public who are back on Pitt in week 10. Now what do we see in this game? 60% of the bets are on the Bengals. The entire world is going to want the Bengals in this matchup. They're going to look at the history of these two teams. They're going to see the Bengals scoring points, the Steelers not scoring points, and they're going to remember back to when the Bengals just beat them at the house just a few weeks ago. And it's very easy to make a case for Cincinnati, and it's very, to me, it's obvious that this line is all over the Steelers. We already talked about the home teams that open and close between 4.5 and 5.5, 25 and 11 ATS. In division, 9 and 4 ATS, and in division, not on prime time, 7 and 2 ATS, undefeated straight up. I love the market. I think it's all over the Steelers in this situation. Another opportunity to continue fading the public, where the bookies are just continuing to clean up. The Bengals coming off 3 consecutive home games and a bye week. They haven't played on the road since October 12th, over a month. Immediately, this is Steelers or pass. Do the X's and O's align for the Steelers? I think the Pitt offense, it lacks explosion. Every team in the NFL can drop 30 points on the Bengals defense. Cover 3 is trash, and that's what Cincy continues to run. The Cincy offense has been night and day, home versus the road. Now, we haven't only seen one game against the Packers with Flacco in the lineup on the road, right? Was it only one game, Jimmy? I think we've only seen Flacco in one game on the road with the Bengals. I think it was the Packers. He didn't show up, but he was only in there, he was only in the film room learning the playbook 5-6 days before he went out there and started. And the Pitt defense, I feel like it has been surging after performing terribly. They held Indy to 4.6 yards per play, and the Colts is that supposed to be Chargers to 5 yards per play? That's 2 of the best marks of the season. Indy scored 13 points in the fourth quarter on the Steelers. It was garbage time. The box score does not tell the story of that game. 40% of the Colts' total yards were from 40% of the Colts' total yards and 65% of the points came in the fourth quarter during garbage time that game. I just feel like the Steelers are surging a little bit defensively. Even what I seen last night, I was pretty excited about. Now, they did get ran on pretty easily, and the Bengals ran on them in game one. I don't know if the Bengals are going to go on the road for the first time in over a month and look like we've seen them look at home with Flacco under center. So I took the Steelers. I'm fading the public. I got the Steelers double result plus 105, and I this probably won't be a situation where I do money line parlays with the Steelers, but I think I'll just leave it at the plus 105 on the double result.
I like it a lot. I'd be very weary of thinking that you're fading the public here.
What do you got at Odds Logic?
27% of the tickets are on the Bengals and 35% of the cash.
See, Action's got the 60 plus.
But I don't think that you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong with your action at all. But I think I'd wait a bit before we decide that the public is on the Bengals. I did check out a couple other books to see what they were hanging here with the public. If the public is on the Bengals, so and I only want to know the best book. Circa has 80% of the tickets on the Steelers and 57% of the cash. So I think that just the angle of fading the public here we should wait and let this kind of fester. But the optics are perfect. I think they're perfect to back the Steelers here. They just got annihilated, looked terrible. Everybody saw it. Everybody watched it. It's perfect. Now, one thing about, they're arguing about the Steelers' rush defense. Everyone needs to truly understand that the Chargers have the number one ranked rushing offense in the league, and they've been playing without their top two running backs for 5 weeks? They're phenomenal, even without Joe Alt. And so I think, the Pittsburgh Steelers ranked 15th rush defense. They're not a horrible rush defense. They're not a good rush defense, but they're not trash. And now they go up against the Bengals rushing group that has picked up, but was looking really bad. I mean, here they're ranked. They have a nice ranking from PFF, but they are last in the NFL because they started out so badly. But 78.8 yards per game, and they're the third. They have the third least amount of yards before contact. So I mean, I think this is probably an easy situation here. So I think that from an optics standpoint, you're in business. And the Bengals are coming back off their bye, but they're not going to have – they didn't want Logan Wilson anyways, but they're not going to have P. Ryan. They're not going to have Shamar Stewart, and they're not going to have Trey Hendrickson. I'm interested in it, I wouldn't be against taking the Steelers, on the spread as well. Do you think this Bengals team has hope coming out of the bye here that they can sneak into a playoff spot?
I don't think they are. I guess I have to say, obviously they're 3-6. There's an outside shot. As long as the playoff hopes are alive, I believe they will. But I mean, come on. How depressing is it to score 40 points and still lose football games, and now you have to go on the road off a bye week? I don't know, man.
You know who they have after this, too? After the Steelers? They have the Patriots at home, and then they have at the Ravens, at the Bills, hosting the Ravens.
If they knew their schedule, then definitely not.
Yeah,
definitely not.
So you have interest still on the Steelers on the spread. You're just not moving on them now.
Yes, I might be adding to this spot. I just don't know if it'll be a money line parlay. I think it might be first half. It might be like you're saying, just ATS. And I wouldn't be opposed. I would not be scared here in this case if I started seeing 4.5s, 4s pop in the market for the Steelers. I'll just be looking at that as value.
Yeah, and just seeing like the anger from my dude, like he says I lost too much money on the Steelers. He's angry and he's trashing them. But those are the optics. That's when I want to back them. So I think that you've picked the perfect time and you've been nailing these Steelers breakdowns for weeks now. And I think I agree with your take completely here. And just hearing the seething anger from my dude, there's probably more than that. I mean, we were very confidently on the Chargers, but I felt bad for anybody who wasn't because they got annihilated from the first second of that game till the end of that game. 0 for 9 on third down until that last scoring drive when nobody was watching it anymore. I think it's perfect time. I think the double result is perfect time to get in now and then decide what you want to do, whether that be a money line parlay or just taking them against the spread. This is a perfect time to back them. Let's roll on. Shout out to our guy Kyle Kerms in the house, star of the Sauce Network, gifting 10 Pub Sports Radio memberships. Thank you, Kyle. It means a ton to us, man. Thank you for the support. And we love rocking with you, man. Kyle Kerms in the house. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We head to Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville, Florida. This is a fun one. Chargers, Jaguars. The 75 Fahrenheit, partly sunny, 9-mile-per-hour wind. So it's a beautiful day in Jacksonville. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total of 43.5. The look ahead was 45. It reemerged on Sunday at 44, and that wouldn't have been the reemergence. That would have been before the game was played on Sunday night. So it actually reemerged on Monday morning at 44.5 and dropped down to 43 before it came up to 43.5, still moving towards the under. From a point spread standpoint, we have these Chargers -3 and -105, an extremely fishy line. The look ahead was 1 and got bet up to 2.5 and then back to 1.5. Then it came back out yesterday morning at 2.5, heavily juiced, and now we have a 3. I would imagine that would be appealing. Now, I think the Jaguars are not a good football team. I want to fade them here badly. But I really think this is a great opportunity to sell the Chargers high. 64% of the tickets and 95% of the cash are on the Chargers, according to Odds Logic. If we switch over to the Action Network, we have 65% of tickets and 77% of cash on the Chargers. When you get to the total, 64 and 71 on the under. And when you get to the money line, 87% of tickets and 89% cash on the Chargers as well. So everybody backing them here. Passing offense ranked 8th. As I said, that rushing offense is the number 1 ranked rushing offense in the league, despite having Joe Alt for half the season, despite not having Slater, all year, despite not having their top 2 running backs for 5 weeks. I mean, it's a system that's working. Third down offense, 2nd in the NFL at 47.6%. The red zone offense has been a problem, 51.4%. Pass defense ranked 4th, rush defense 13th. Red zone defense is 3rd in the NFL at 46.7%. Their third down defense is 4th in the NFL at 34.2%. And their pass rush is 21st, ranked 21st. Chargers coming off an impressive 25-10 win on Sunday night at home versus Steelers. Noise canceled score was 20-10 Chargers. Herbert was 20-33 for 220 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions. He also ran 5 times for 19 yards. Ladd McConkey. Shout out to our friend Sasha R, who runs with us these days and in our live streams. She was a heavy believer in Ladd McConkey. So were you as well, Troy. 4 catches for 107 yards and a touchdown. Kamani Vidal ran 25 for 95 and a touchdown. The defense been excellent. You know that they've given the 221 yards they gave up against the Steelers is the most they've given up in the last 3 games. And they destroyed the Steelers. This defense is becoming elite in front of our eyes right now. Healthier and elite. 3 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. Held the Steelers to 0 of 9 on third down before that last drive. Held them to 1 opportunity in the red zone, which they didn't cash. And Dicker, the kicker, is rolling right now. He is 50 for 53 in his career at SoFi. Now, Rondé Gadsden hurt his knee. The MRI said it's just a bruised quad. That's what the MRI said. So he is day-to-day, but he's an important tight end, so keep that in mind. Let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm telling you, man, my future on under 7.5 wins is live. I believe it is alive with the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. I mean, I'm not going to re-bet it at a better number, but I do not believe in this football team. But I want to fade the Chargers here. Passing offense ranked 18th, rushing offense ranked 18th, red zone offense ranked 25th, third down offense ranked 25th. It's a weak offense. It's a weak defense. Passing defense ranked 14th, rush defense 21st, red zone defense ranked 25th, the third worst third down defense in the NFL. The 23rd ranked pass rush. Coming off a 36-29 loss at Houston, they were in the game. They were leading 29-10 going into the fourth quarter against the Texans' backup quarterback. Jags gained 4-12 to 2-13. You know that they're the only team in franchise history. Listen to this, Troy. The Jaguars were the only team in franchise history who'd never lost a game after leading by 19 points. They were 53-0 in such situations. Houston dominated that final quarter, 167 yards to 11. The noise-canceled score was 32-12 Texans. Trevor Lawrence was 13-23 for 158 yards, touchdown, and a pick. He also ran 5 times for 35 yards, lost a fumble. Jacoby Myers did catch 3 passes for 21 yards. It's important because Hunter's gone for the year. Etienne ran 16 times for 58 yards and a touchdown. Jags were 4 of 11 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone, but the defense looked horrific. I mean, they just couldn't get stops. The Texans went 10 of 15 on third down with Davis Mills at quarterback. 4 or 5 in the red zone. Pass rush, 2 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, better than what they've been doing. Jerry Jones had an interception. Take it away here, Troy. Chargers, Jaguars.
Well, we're going to start this one off where I would start every market that opens up with a home dog of +3, +3.5. And that's good. I'm going to need incredible amounts of conviction to be on the Jaguars in this situation. And I'm not surprised to see a spread of the Chargers -3 or 3 like that. We've seen that in 8 of their 10 games. 8 of their 10 games, the spread at some point was at 3. So I'm not shocked at all to see that. I kind of figured that would be the line, or actually that's kind of where I believe I would set the line, even though I don't do bottoms up anymore. The Jaguars, I mean, they started the season 4-1, and here you are. I feel like you're in good position to cash this team total under. We knew that start was unsustainable. The defense is falling apart at the seams. The offense is way overrated. I mean, how about the Texans, what they were able to do against this defense? I mean, they only had – and what were they able to do? Like, you look at the Jaguars putting up all these points. They dropped 30 points on the Texans. They only had 213 total yards, 37% success rate. The noise-canceled score, 32-12. I mean, that's shocking stuff. And then Trevor Lawrence, I mean, he embodies all the characteristics of quarterbacks like Geno Smith, in my opinion. And I've been making that comparison all season long. He struggles to read from left to right. If his first or second read isn't there, he freezes up. If he runs into a well-disguised coverage, the play is dead. There's no post-snap adjustments. Visibly uncomfortable in the pocket, consistently missing routine throws. I mean, this has been the same handicap I've given you all season long with this guy. He has the 3rd lowest passer rating in the NFL, right behind Cam Ward, Bryce Young, Lawrence, and then Gabriel's right behind him, and then Geno Smith at number 5. All this behind an offensive line that's grading out top 10 in pass block and pressure rate allowed. This is one of the worst quarterbacks. In my opinion, he's towards the very bottom quadrant of quarterbacks in the NFL. The Jaguars defense, it's funny because, Campanile from the Fangio tree, I like he's got the 2 high structures. That's his baseline. He wants to disguise his defense. He wants to play cover 2, cover 4, cover 6. That's the ideal meta in the NFL for a good defensive coordinator. But I just don't think they have the cornerbacks to meet the requirements. Like they need very solid cornerbacks to be able to play that solid style of defense. Newsome from Cleveland, he's a man-to-man defender. Watching him try to play cloud flats is laughable. And anytime you see a cloud flat at corner that's press coverage, you'll know a bad cornerback when you could just run a flat route underneath a press corner that's playing a cloud coverage. With elite, you need elite cornerbacks or this defensive scheme is going to fall apart. So and the best 2 coverage defenders on this team are 2 linebackers, which is why they're bottom 5 in success rate against the play action pass, because once you suck those into the offensive line, if you start running the football, you're going to get burnt. The Jags are 21st in run D, 23rd in pass rush. The defensive line, the front 4 is not getting it done. So that's not going to pair well with 2 bad cornerbacks that don't play this type of scheme very well. And the Chargers defense, you said it. I mean, I believed in this defense because they're also doing the things I want to see defenses do with 2 high structures. Looking at PFF grades and name brand recognition, you'd think this defense was weak, but Harbaugh has them clicking on all cylinders. I mean, they tackle, they don't over pursue, they're gap sound, great communication in the secondary. This is the type of defense that's going to thrive versus Trevor Lawrence. In the Chargers offense, of course, we have concerns with the offensive line, the ability to pass block, but that could be overcome with a good rushing attack, play action, and quarterback play. And I think Justin Herbert's fully capable. So I don't think the Jaguars team is suited to. I don't think they're suited to beat quality competition. I expect Trevor Lawrence to struggle versus the discipline of the Charger defense. I expect the Chargers offense to stay balanced in the run pass splits, and I believe Herbert will be able to put points up on the board. The best part of this matchup, obviously, is the market, and I took the Chargers at -2.5, -120.
Wow. I want to fade the Jaguars so bad, but
and you want to fade the Chargers so bad after Sunday, another game, after the offensive lineman was out. It was a perfect spot against the Steelers. The public aping back in on prime time. The numbers always stay at 3 with this team, though.
That article was huge. Just surfing around, you go, trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and then hearing that they weren't starting Penning. That was just like hammer time. When I read that, I was like, oh, they've got a plan.
Oh,
they really
did your
have
prop send you in a write-up on this one?
No, he didn't, and he arrives here on Friday, so I get to watch the game with him. I'm looking forward to see him. We got my man Von Polo in the house. KV smell good, ready to rock. Also, yeah, I get it. Look, I get why you're on the Chargers. Jaguars are I think, a trash team, but it's a funny spot here. Do you think the Chargers?
They kind of remind me, Jimmy, and I remember I said the Panthers were 5-4 in my write-up when I was talking about it. It was because I was thinking about the Jaguars, because I put those two teams in the same category. Even though they're off these terrible losses, I feel like we still have room to sell. Right? There's a few extensions they have left to hit.
Optics-wise, though, I can't get there. I can't. You take the Chargers, you take them outside. Do you think that Herbert wants to destroy this football team because of the playoff comeback, the falling apart in Jacksonville?
No.
You don't think that's an issue?
No. I don't think that would be much of it. I mean, I think they want to make the playoffs this year. They're in control of their division, and they're in a must-win spot versus an inferior team.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't back. You know me. I can only back a team if they've looked terrible the week before. Like I've got this sickness. I can only fade what the public has seen. That's the only way I succeed, and it works. It's working. Everybody just saw the Chargers lay the wood to the Steelers, and the Jaguars look terrible, which makes me want to bet the Jaguars. But I do not want anything to do with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I will just cheer on your action. You got the -2.5 at what number, Troy?
-120.
-2.5 and -120. Now, the Jaguars defense is so bad. The Chargers should be able to put up points. The Jaguars score a lot more points at home than they do on the road. Do you think that this is an over, or do you think that with the Chargers defense seemingly improving so quickly from week to week that it's not the bet? Because this is getting low now, man. We 43.5 on the board.
No, this is one where the Chargers, I think they're both two of the slower teams in the NFL. If I remember this one correctly, the Chargers are 26th in seconds per play. Jacksonville is 25th in seconds per play. I think that you see the Chargers get a lead. We know they like to sit and milk that clock. The database historically says unders the play in this game. And Jacksonville Jaguars, are they going to be able to score in the red zone? They haven't been able to score in the red zone all season, and it's because Trevor Lawrence is inept. I mean, maybe he has a game that he did, against the Chiefs a few weeks ago where he's scrambling and his mobility plays a massive role. But man, I think under. I have question marks on the under in this game. Like I want the under.
God, this Jaguars defense is atrocious, but maybe.
But you know how the Chargers do it. I mean, look what they win. They just sit and they're just perfectly content.
They do. Yeah, no, it's almost like, back in the day when Rodgers was on the Packers.
Yes.
They get up a lead and they would just have 8-minute drives and not care. And not care is not the right term, but not force things.
Right.
Chargers -2.5, -120 for Troy. We roll on to the big one. 4:05 p.m. Eastern, Seahawks Rams. As much as my Rams futures look spectacular, I just wish I had taken the Seahawks instead of the Bucs. And you can't take 3 teams in a conference.
Well, it's because the Bucs. It's because of the Bucs. Bucky Irving. I mean, he kind of put a damper on that bet.
There's nothing you can do now, though. I've got the 20-1 and the 10-1 with the Rams. Rams are now the second favorite to win the Super Bowl, plus 650 right behind the Chiefs.
You talked me into the Rams very quickly. I think it was after their first loss I moved on them in the futures market with you.
Beautiful.
great call by Jimmy, even back to prior to the season even kicking off. I mean, seriously.
Well, I took heat for the Rams. I don't need to go back, but people were saying that absolutely ridiculous, no changing, all this shit. But
yeah, because no one's seen the defense coming. We did, bro.
Yeah,
we did.
The defense phenomenal. But the Seahawks are a very good football team. They are now tied with the Colts, ranked 6th to win the Super Bowl at 10-1. Bills are 9-1. But the Rams are second at 6.5-1. The Rams are, favored more than the Eagles, which is exciting. Harold Williams has the Rams at -2.5 here. We got our guy Guillermo Zertucci in the house. God, this game's going to be phenomenal. SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. So many questions will be answered here. We have the total at 48.5. It is juiced to the under at -112. Look ahead was 47.5. It moved to 47 to 48 to 47. It was just bouncing all over the place. Reemerged on Sunday night at 48, got up to 49. Now we're back at 48.5. God, I want to watch this. I want to watch this game and have nobody say a goddamn word for the whole game. Don't talk. We just fucking study this shit. Good thing is my dad wants to not talk either for these football games, so it's perfect. There's a 4-cent move towards the Rams. The look ahead was 3, went down to 2.5, came back on Sunday night at 3, down to 2.5, banging around 2.5 and 3. But right now, the Rams are -3 at -114. That's a pretty confident number. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 53% of tickets, 53% of cash on the Rams, 91% of tickets, and 88% of cash on the over. This is also a spot where there's so much on the line to win the division that in other situations, Troy, you can hold back some plays, hold back some stuff. I don't know if you can here. You have to win this game. You have to be in the driver's seat. You have to win the division. You have to handle your business at home. So it's not.
It's all coming out here. It's all coming out. Everything, all the plays they've been saving. I mean, this is the game. This is the best game of the week by far.
This game is fucking incredible. I just want to watch it right now, man. The Seattle Seahawks. What a football team. What a statistical profile. The only team in the NFL with a better statistical profile is the LA Rams. Passing offense for the Seahawks ranked 2nd. Rushing offense ranked 3rd. Red zone offense 6th. 67.7% of the time they're scoring touchdowns. Third down offense 16th. They convert 39.2% of the time. Their passing defense ranked 9th. Rush defense ranked 5th. Red zone defense ranked 7th. Third down defense ranked 12th. And pass rush ranked 10th. That's a complete football team coming off an impressive 44-22 victory at home over the Cardinals. I don't care about the noise-canceled score at 25-22 Seahawks because they're up 38-7 at halftime. You think they came out ready to fucking cut throats? DeMarcus Lawrence returned 2 fumbles for a touchdown. 6th player since at least 1991 with 2 defensive touchdowns in the first half of a game. Seahawks were also up 28-0 a week earlier. So they're the 3rd team in the Super Bowl era to do that in consecutive weeks, be up 28-0. Darnold didn't have to do much. 10-12, 178 yards, touchdown pick. He did lose 2 fumbles. Jackson Smith-Njigba is phenomenal. 5 catches for 93 yards and a touchdown, 1,041 yards through 9 games. First receiver to eclipse the 1,000-yard mark. 3rd year, and he's just a beast. 8th player in franchise history to record back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. He's only 2 other players in NFL history have had at least 75 receiving yards in each of their first 9 games. 2 other players. Antonio Brown, who's seen better days, he's locked up, and Michael Irvin, who's also had some issues himself. Rashid Shaheed made his Seahawks debut. Caught a pass for 3 yards, ran the ball twice for 20 yards, returned 3 punts. He'll get rolling. Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, 28 carries for 147 yards and a touchdown combined. 6 of 10 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. The defense looked very strong despite playing without a big group of injured starters. Now, Julian Love and Jaron Reed are on IR. They're not coming back anytime soon. But Josh Jobe, and Ernest Jones can be back. Pass rush had 5 sacks, 10 quarterback hits, held the Cardinals to 8 of 21 on 3rd and 4th down, 3 of 6 in the red zone. And the bulk of Cardinal stats came in garbage time. And then Mike McDonald said that their center, Sundell, is going to miss multiple weeks due to a knee injury. He sustained that during the game. That's a big loss. So Seahawks are going into this one without their center. Let's talk about the Rams. Ranked 1st passing offense, 15th rushing offense, 12th red zone offense, 11th third down offense. But Troy is saying that's not. Look, obviously, Stafford, third straight game with at least 4 touchdown passes and no picks. That's never been done before. That's an NFL record. 25 touchdown passes. He's 20 touchdowns and no interceptions the past 6 games. I even took a picture of something I was showing about just how phenomenal he's been. This guy is playing like the MVP. 1,700 yards, 20 touchdown passes, and 0 interceptions. No one's ever done that before. No one's ever done 20 touchdown passes and 0 interceptions over a 6-game span in the history of the NFL. But their defense, 3rd-ranked pass defense, 2nd-ranked rush defense, 2nd-ranked red zone defense, 2nd-ranked third down defense, 8th-ranked pass rush. That's the best defense in the NFL. Now the Texans might have something to say about that. Rams coming off an impressive 42-26 victory at San Francisco. Noise-canceled score was 40-31 Rams. Stafford was 24-36 for 280 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Rams scored 6 touchdowns on their first 8 drives. Good God. Now, I know the 49ers defense is, hurt, banged up. We'll talk about it when we get to them. Devontae Adams, 6 catches for 77 yards. Now, he left with an oblique injury. And they just said that they're hopeful he won't miss any time. So that's a very important piece. Kyron Williams ran 14 times for 73 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pass rush was quiet, 0 sacks, 1 quarterback hit. They didn't have to do too much. Rams were 6 of 10 on 3rd and 4th down, 5 of 6 in the red zone. The defense allowed the Niners to go 4 of 12 on 3rd and 4th down, 4 of 5 in the red zone. That's a problem, but they were just scoring at will. Emmanuel Forbes had an interception. Troy Torrence, take it away. I can't wait to hear your breakdown. Seahawks Rams.
Yeah, this is definitely the best game of the week. And it's definitely a difficult game and market to figure out. I think this is a perfect type of game for a lot of market manipulation, whether it be by the bookies or the sharp action, trying to bait the line into a certain place before they hammer it. So I think this is definitely a good game where you could be careful and you can kind of watch this market develop. However, I already made my move on this game. So you got the Rams, who are 7-2, coming off a blowout revenge win against San Fran. You got the Seahawks, who are 7-2, another cakewalk to victory against the Cardinals. And garbage time in that game started about 4 minutes into the second quarter. After 3 fumbles or whatever it was, and the block punt for a touchdown, that game was basically 35-0. Midway through the second quarter, it's pretty much over. But the first thing I noticed when I'm looking at this matchup, and it's been a common theme behind my success this season, is really the disparity in the strength of schedules. Seattle has had a much easier path. I mean, they beat Arizona 44-22. Don't get me wrong, that's impressive. But we just talked about how quickly it got out of hand. The noise adjusted score was a 3-point win. They beat the Commanders 38-14, another impressive win. The noise canceled score is 29-22. They beat the Texans 27-19. Pretty damn impressive game. But the noise canceled score of that one said that team lost that game. What is the common theme behind those 3 teams? I mean, those 3 teams are nowhere near the caliber of the team they're going to see this week, and they're going to be on the road. They beat Jacksonville 20-12. That was impressive. Trevor Lawrence played that game awfully, and his coach put him in good situations as well. He just seen ghosts, like people are saying Sam Darnold's going to see. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but that's where I want to take this handicap. What teams, what quarterbacks is this team beaten? Because the only impressive quarterback that they've seen was Baker Mayfield, who dropped 38 points. I know Seattle was injured defensively that game. All of their wins were reversed below average football teams: Arizona, Washington, Houston, Jacksonville, Arizona, New Orleans, Pittsburgh. And most of those blowout wins, things got out of hand because of turnovers and defensive special team touchdowns. Is that going to be the case against the Rams? I think not. This team has not been tested by an elite football team and or quarterback. And I think that on the other side of the equation, we have the Rams. They beat up on teams, but it wasn't in fraudulent ways. No massive turnovers, special teams, touchdowns, etc. They've also played 2 elite teams in the NFL. The Seattle Seahawks have played 0. In those games, they beat Indy by 7. They lost to Philly by 7. But in that game, they probably win that Philly game 99 out of 100 times. I think the strength of schedule data point certainly favors the Rams. So then you go back and you look at Sam Darnold and you look at what he's been able to do. The body of work is just so impressive. I've been saying he's been playing at an MVP caliber level. He's one of the best quarterbacks in terms of what he's being asked to do, because what he's being asked to do is cater to a huge lead for the most part. That's all he's done. His worst PFF grade this season was against the Texans, who have the most comparable defense to what he's going to see this week in terms of pass rush, run defense, everything up and down the line. Sam Darnold against the Texans, his completion rate was 55%. That's 21 points below his average. His yards per attempt was 6.9. That's full 3 yards below his average. His touchdown to interception ratio, 1-to-1. Passer rating, 73.5. His average is 116. They went 2 for 14 on third down in that game. If you get Sam Darnold, and they were not pressed offensively in that game at all. The Texans offense was anemic for the fourth time this today. But if you get Sam Darnold out of the short down and distances, take away the play action, where Sam Darnold has been elite and over 40% of his yards have come from play action, things change considerably. It's easy to operate when your defense special teams are scoring touchdowns. What's going to happen when Darnold needs to elevate, needs to straight drop back in the pocket, needs to put together a game-winning drive down 4 in the fourth quarter? We just haven't seen it yet out of Sam Darnold. And we think back to last year when they asked him to do that, he couldn't do it. I'm not saying he can't do that with the weapons he has. I think, like I talked about the Seattle team, I mean, this is all within the context of everything we talked about this season, because I've been a huge backer and supporter of the Seahawks team. Shit, I backed them 2 weeks in a row. I had 3 units on them last week. And the Seattle defense, it's clearly an elite defense. We've talked about this like every week, right? The great scheme, the personnel, the coach, they got all the pieces. But what offenses have they faced? Tampa Bay, who scored 38 points. This is the toughest quarterback team this team has seen all year. It's hard to do this. It's really hard to do it. But I got the Rams -2.5, -118. Got a great number. Put it up in Discord right away. We could only look towards the Rams, in my opinion, and especially when you see what does odds logic have for the cash flow in this situation.
They have 53% of the tickets on the Rams and 53% of the cash on the Rams.
Okay, I'm seeing. I know it's more skewed than that at action in terms of favorability for the Seahawks. 73% of bets, 80% of cash. What model? Anybody looking at this game, I feel like the public and the sharps alike are going to see a 3 with the Seahawks, and they're going to be like, "Give me some of that." This is exactly where I love to operate. This is where I found success year in, year out. And this year, I'm really emphasizing these spots because I feel like it's a spot. It's a spot you gotta take.
Okay, we have our guy. The wager detective says the under seems too good to be true. Optics-wise, we have the Seahawks coming off a 66-point game and the Rams coming off a 68-point game. You have the third-ranked pass defense, second-ranked rush defense for the Rams against the 9th-ranked pass defense and the 5th-ranked rush defense for the Seahawks. This number is too high unless one team gets taken to the woodshed and lets go, which can happen because these offenses are very good. It's too high if we're talking about elite defenses. Now, we're not outside. That would help. In Seattle, I would be on this under already. But Wager Detective might have a point. All the optics are how many points have been scored. This got up to 49 and then dropped down to 48.5. All the money's on the over. Digging says teams after playing the Niners are 56-82 against the spread. Yes, but remember what 49ers team that was. That was a 49ers team that would kick the shit out of you on the line of scrimmage. The line of scrimmage was absolute warfare. They're not that team anymore. You don't get beat up after playing them anymore.
Is this the game of the week? Is this publicly or is this
this is the game of the fucking year so far.
Well, I know, but isn't there a 320 game of the week or something like that? Because all of these spots, I'm looking through the sample of this market, man, and I'm just looking at all of the high profile games: Ravens, Bills, 49ers, Rams, Chiefs, Lions. All of these games have went under. All these games have went. Bills, Dolphins in 2023. That was a very, highly contested game.
How is Wager Detective not right here? It's too high. These defenses are so good. And these drives are going to take so long. If you're the Seahawks with Charbonnet and Walker, you want 6-minute drives, 7-minute drives. And we know what Stafford does, 6-7-minute drives. What do you think of this under here?
I think it's the right way to look. If you think it's going to be a competitive game.
Fair.
I just have gotten into trouble. It wasn't the case last night, but betting the side and total in games where I am more favorable towards the side.
Wow, this is.
I agree. Seahawks are very good, but they haven't been punched in the mouth yet.
Jared TG, it's not obvious though at all, because look at how high the scoring has been lately in these games. The Seahawks, look what the Seahawks in the last 2 first halves have put up combined, 66 points?
Money Meach is right. That's another thing about this game is if you look at the seconds per play, the pace of the offense, the Rams, they're last. Oh, no, they're not last. Why was I thinking the Rams were last? No, the Rams are up there. They're eighth. They're eighth last. Who was I thinking about last? Buffalo and Philadelphia was the one. That's the one we're going to talk about later. Oh, yeah.
See, Dizzy's saying 2 potent offenses I have to go over. This is what we're going to be dealing with all week. And everybody just saw them score so many points.
And then when you get to this type of matchup, you're going to see more risky things happening. Like teams are going to go for it in the red zone on 4th and 4 instead of take the points, and it could be volatile in the total. I don't know.
91% of the tickets, 91% of cash on the over. Action's telling us a different story though. 70% of tickets, 52% cash on the under. I think that this overs are going to be hammered in this game. Luke Burrow, yeah, we've talked about it. It's just changed. We talked about it with the Rams-Niners game. In fact, when we set that up, when I was like, look at this total, compare it to what it was last year, I should have bet the over. And that's when I'll be, that's when I'll know that I'd be really taking the next stride as a capper to just because I have been cashing one angle over and over and over again doesn't mean that there's the time to switch it up. But here it's different. Seahawks, Rams. This is what the Rams Niners used to be. It's now Seahawks, Rams. These are the two teams. It's going to be
Here, Jimmy. How about this? If you have a spread between the threes in the NFC West, I cashed an under in this markets earlier this season. The under is 12-5. 12-5 to the under. And if you filter that down to when the total is greater than 46.5, right below that key of 47, so 47 or higher, 6-1 to the under.
And also
with an average points of 34 points on average.
Oh, I love it. We also talked about Jalen Sundell, the center for the Seahawks, who's out multiple weeks. And tell me, didn't just say that talking about it. I love it. This is going to require an investment.
I gotta bet the under. I think I gotta bet the under, bro.
I do too. I wish it was in Seattle, but we'll get that opportunity as well. All right, let's roll on. That was fun. We have another NFC West battle, but this one might put you to sleep. 49ers, Cardinals. 49ers 6-4, 4-2 on the road. Cardinals 3-6, 1-3 at home. We're at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Get into the line history and set this one up. We don't need to take as long on this one. Total here is just like the Seattle LA game. I mean, talk about the difference in the NFC West now. The look ahead was 47. It got up to 47.5. Reemerged Sunday night at 48. Now, then got up to 49. Now we're back at a 48.5. Still, we're moving towards the over. From a point spread scenario, we have Arizona plus 2.5. The look ahead was +1. It was plus 2.5 when it came out on Sunday night. It got up to 3 for a while. It just moved back to 2.5. Oh, moved back to 2.5 last night at 6 p.m. So 2.5 is the spread here. Let's get to the cash flow. We have 66% of the tickets and 94% of the cash on the 49ers. 94% of the cash, and this line is not really moving from where it reemerged. 93% tickets, 94% cash on the over. Everybody's seeing the difference in the NFC West this year. My dude says 49ers minus 2.5 all day. Action Jackson says 49ers minus 2.5. Harold Williams leaning to the 49ers minus 2.5. Let's take a look at the different site here. They have 73% of tickets, 53% cash on the under, and 63 and 63 on the 49ers.
And what do you have for Odds Logic for cash flow?
Odds Logic has 66% of tickets and 94% of the cash on the 49ers.
Yeah, man.
Who in their right mind would want to back the Cardinals, which is why I'm interested in backing them. I have not had perfect success fading the 49ers on the road last little while. I've gone 1-1 doing it. Their passing offense for the Niners ranked 10th, rushing offense 25th, red zone offense 14th, third down offense 3rd. Pass defense is ranked 29th. I mean, when we get to the defense for the Niners, it's a real problem. Pass defense ranked 29th, rush defense 24th. It didn't, Dougie Wise, the look ahead was -1. And then that went away when the games played. So it depends. I want to know the look ahead, but I don't consider that the line and the moving. Do you, Troy?
No.
But I want to know it.
Yeah, it's good to know it. It's definitely a good data point to see where things have gone. And that kind of gives you the public sentiment right away, looking at the look ahead to the open. It kind of does give you a piece of the pie, yeah.
Maybe we should just hammer the over in this game. God, Vince Hawkins says this one goes over. Maybe I have a tough time getting to overs, a much easier time getting to unders, but maybe this is the over to bet. Let's keep rolling here. The 49ers pass defense, 4th worst in the NFL. Rush defense ranked 24th. Red zone defense, 15th. Third down defense ranked 20th. I do not believe. I must have put this in wrong. Let me just go check this out here quickly. I think pass rush can't be good. The 49ers pass rush is ranked 26th. That's what I was thinking. Terrible pass rush for the 49ers. I just missed it. 6 there. Here we go. Niners come in off an ugly 42-26 home loss to the Rams. Noise canceled score is 40-31 Rams. Purdy was inactive for the 6th straight game. He's practiced on a limited basis. Hasn't been active for a game since week 4. And Shanny says he has a real chance to return next week. And that when he said that was meaning this week. So Purdy is a real chance to return, and it's very, very important. Because Jones has looked awesome. 33 of 39, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception against the Rams defense. Kittle caught 9 for 84 and a touchdown. CMC ran 12 for 30. So Robinson's getting a lot of run, but CMC is still so dangerous out of the backfield. Caught 8 for 66. So no Bosa, no Warner. Then they lose Michael Williams. The defense could do very little. They allowed the Rams to score touchdowns on 6 of their 8 drives. Pass rush had 1 sack and 8 quarterback hits. Let's talk about the Cardinals off the 44-22 loss at Seattle. They've lost 6 of their last 7. Passing offense ranked 19th. Rushing offense ranked 26th. Red zone offense 19th. Third down offense 4th. Bit of a surprise. McBride's been such a beast. Pass defense ranked 10th. Rush defense 26th. Red zone defense 11th. Third down defense 16th. Neither team has a pass rush. Niners ranked 26th. Cardinals ranked 27th. Cardinals come in off that ugly loss. The noise canceled score was much closer, but we know why. It was just a complete blowout, and Seattle just let go. The Brissett, 22 of 44, 258, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He also ran 4 times, 31 yards, but he loses 2 fumbles. One was returned for a touchdown by DeMarcus Lawrence. McBride caught 9 for 127 and a touchdown. Bam Knight struggled, 10 carries for 28 yards. He lost a fumble that was returned for a touchdown. DeMarcado ran 4 times for 64 yards. You got to give him more run. Pass rush was nowhere to be found. 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit. Denzel Burke had an interception. The stats don't tell the story. All the positives for the Cards came in garbage time. And then they have a ton of injuries. They lost Taylor Demerson, their safety in the game. They lost tackle Jonah Williams. They lost Fahoko, the wide receiver. He's really hurt. Defensive tackle Walter Nolan got hurt. Bam Knight, the running back. Another defensive end, Darius Robinson, was hurt. None of them returned. And tomorrow's injury report is key. I mean, what could happen is tomorrow's injury report could come out. The Niners could say Purdy's starting. And we know that Zay Jones is out. So he lost with an Achilles injury. So Zay Jones gone, Fahoko gone, and then you keep going back. Like they have, we'll find out about Demerson and Jonah Williams tomorrow on the main injury report. Darius Robinson with the injury. I initially was with AM here, but now with this injury report's horrific. I've got to see it because they're already playing without 2 cornerbacks in Max Melton and Will Johnson, who aren't.
Is Will Johnson out for sure?
Well, no, he's not. He's not on IR.
Yeah, I think he's playing. I don't know. I don't know why. I think because this line's not 3, that's why I think he's playing. But
we also have Mac Wilson, a linebacker, a very important linebacker, who's inactive but not on IR. We need to read that Wednesday injury report. We need to know what's going on either side of the fence here. So that's the setup. Troy, Torrance, take it away. Niners, Cardinals.
I have grown to love this spot. So the Cardinals are a tough team to figure out. I know I've been on the wrong side of a few Cardinals games. If anything, the Cardinals team has been one of my the thorns in my side this year. Coming off a blowout loss against Seattle, we talked about it. Things got out of hand way too quickly, and the game got out of hand. But if you look at the underlying metrics, they weren't so bad. I mean, they had 7 drives in the scoring range. Seahawks had 6. Cardinals had a 41% success rate. The Seahawks only had a 44% success rate. Both teams went 50% in the red zone. Obviously, the Seahawks had a few massive plays that definitely, makes a huge difference. But we're not looking at, a team being able to play action because, they think they're just going to run the clock out. They're up so damn much. They're going to find success with play action. It's pretty straightforward. In a game that it's a situation that's much closer, those explosives are going to be much easier to control. Despite fading the Cards last week and their 3-6 record, I think the 3-6 has been impressive, especially when you look at the quality of their losses. I mean, they beat Dallas convincingly on primetime. They took both the Packers and the Colts down to the wire. Then they get smacked by Seattle. But you remove the noise, and this game was much closer played than you might think. Jacoby Brissett, we knew immediately he was the better option between the two quarterbacks. We talked about it when he got inserted against the Colts. I mean, he's having a great season. 7.2 yards per attempt, 8-1 touchdown interception ratio, a 2.6 turnover-worthy play rate, and a 97 passer rating. And these are against quality teams outside of the Cowboys defense, right? We're talking about the Colts. We're talking about the Seahawks, the Packers defense. And I think he's been impressive. I think actually one of his worst performances were against the Cowboys. His only home game, he looked great against Green Bay, 70% completion, 7.8 yards per 111 passer rating. I mean, I feel like he has enough weapons to find success, even without Connor, who's Kyler Murray's blankie. He don't need a blankie. Jacoby Brissett's a grown man. He's an NFL quarterback, and he's the best backup quarterback in the NFL. The Cards defense quickly climbing in the ranks. We've talked about it week in and week out. I know they're missing some pieces. Will Johnson's a key piece. But like we just talked about, the Seahawks only had a 44% success rate. You would have never guessed that by looking at 44 points in the box score. They run a 3-safety look. I love what they're doing. I really never dove into the film of what the Cardinals are doing. They're running 3 safeties on the field. They're running cover 4 at a top 5 rate in the NFL. That's amazing to me. That's innovative. That's pioneering a new way to play defense. And I think that, between Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson, and Will Johnson, they have 3 quality defensive players in the backfield. And they also have a defensive front with Sweat, Campbell, and Tomlinson. I mean, this team could be the epitome of a bend but don't break style of defense. They put some great film together this season. I love the scheme. I love the concepts, and I'm growing to love the personnel as well. And on the other side, the 49ers, they're a team that could easily be 3-6 themselves. Extremely lucky, in my opinion, to have beaten Seattle, New Orleans, Arizona, and the Rams. At least 2 of those 4 games they should have lost. And I think the floodgates are finally starting to open. They've lost too much talent on the defensive end. They're completely reliant on defensive and offensive scheme itself. And the offense is getting healthier. Don't get me wrong. Purdy and Parasol being in the lineup in the long term, that's a good thing. But is that enough to think the offense gets significantly better? Purdy has only played 2 games this season. And he's putting up by far the worst numbers of his entire career. Look at all the metrics down the line. The only metric that he's actually improved at was pressure to sack rate. So now he steps into a game against a good defense in the middle of the season. Are we supposed to think that this is an upgrade from Mac Jones? The number open below the key of 3, I think that's telling the story. The difference between Mac Jones and Purdy is negligible. The 49ers defense is completely decimated and vulnerable. Jacoby Brissett is completely equipped to take advantage of that. I took the Cardinals. I want the first half, as I think it takes a little bit of time for Purdy to get reacclimated. I think the safer bet's in the first half. I think the line movement in the first half is also pretty telling. And, I'm on the Cardinals first half plus a half minus 105.
Cardinals first half plus a half minus 105. I just read 2 different articles on Trey Benson. I don't think he comes back this week.
No, I don't think he comes back this week either.
So I that would change things for sure. I just read 2 different articles that came out today. on November 11th, and he's certainly not practicing, and still on the IR. But that would change things. Even today, Gannon was saying that we're just taking it day by day. We're taking it day by day. Kept repeating that. So if it's just from like a site like is ESPN saying expected back this week, because there's just no. That's just like one of those kind of blanket statements. There's no proof here. See what it says here, but yeah, he's not ready to practice. Hopefully, but maybe that changes tomorrow. Maybe that changes with the injury report tomorrow. He didn't practice today, but that injury report tomorrow will tell us if he practiced today. Benson would be a very helpful running back here. Cardinals first half plus a half minus 105. Don't you think if Purdy's announced that you would get a better line than that?
I mean, I think it's reflected in the line. I think it's already built in. That's but possible. You might be able to get a 3. I don't know, man. I think the first half you might be able to get a 1.5 with a lot of juice on it, but
I'm interested. I mean, the corner of Troy and AM Boulevard is a money-making spot. I'm going to need more time. Is it because Purdy's in and not Mac Jones that you don't want the over against these terrible pass defenses?
It's kind of what we just we talked about in that last spot, like the NFC West. The NFC West, these high totals between the threes. Yeah.
Because the 49ers pass defense is now ranked 4th worst in the National Football League. And it's not because the secondary is that bad. It's because they're getting no pressure on quarterbacks. So quarterbacks have all the time in the world to alienate the defense. It's not because their secondary is that horrible. I mean, you need a pass rush. I'm interested in the over. And I guess I'd be a little bit more concerned if Purdy was in, actually. But I do think that attacking him early might be the way to do it. Troy on the Cardinals, first half plus half minus 105. I'm going to need more time. We roll on. The only bet that I've already made, and I doubled up, Baltimore Ravens, Cleveland Browns, Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland, Ohio. 23-mile-per-hour winds. That can change. That can lighten up. We've seen games where they're supposed to be 23-mile-per-hour winds. You get to get closer to game time, it's 15, 14, 13. But there's light rain and 23-mile-per-hour winds for Ravens Browns. I want the under. I want the under in almost every Browns game. I want the under when I know that the Ravens aren't going to be able to run the ball down a team's throat, and the Cleveland Browns have the number 1 rush defense and the number 1 pass rush in the NFL. Now, this line, though, would make some people feel uncomfortable. I had to sit with it for a while because it did kind of yo-yo around. It went down, then it came back up. Oh, God. Look at it now, Troy. It's a 39. Well. Well, fucking well. I got in at 41.5. And I got in at 20.5. I mean, that's all I need to know. Cash this shit now for me. Wow. That's what I needed. I was like, why is this going back up? And I studied it and I was like, it makes no sense that it's going back up. I bet it today. When did it move? It moved. So the look ahead was 42. It got bet down to 41. It reemerged just after midnight on Monday, Sunday night, Monday morning at 41. It got up to 41.5. It was bet up, and then it went down to 40.5, and then back up to 41. So this was a 41 here at BOL. It was a 41.5 at 365. And so I took the full game under in the first half under. And then here it says at 12:10 p.m. went down to 40, and at 5 p.m. went down to 39. Roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it. It feels like you already won. I remember reading about Spanky 15 years ago and how they would beat the line move by 3 or 4 points in college basketball, 5 points. That's all they would need to do. That was the success. They had won. They would go out for dinner. They didn't watch the game. If they beat every line move by this, they were just cashing them. Obviously, he's very well-respected capper in our community in the gambling world and one to look up to. Okay, let's take a look at the side here for this one. We have this spread right now at God, that's a good feeling seeing that shit. We have the Browns +8. They opened up. The look ahead was 8. It opened up at 8.5 on Sunday night, and it's dropped to 8. So we have a half-point move towards the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns at home have been very good to all of us. They've been very good to all of us. There's so much on the line here. We're investing this money. Our families are hanging in the balance. Beating this line is one of the best feelings that I get in life. Is this right now what I'm feeling, seeing this fucking 39 when it had yo-yoed all over the place. We have 67% of tickets, 79% of cash on the Ravens, 78% of tickets on the under, and 87% of cash on the over. Let's talk about the Ravens. Passing offense ranked 23rd, rushing offense ranked 27th, red zone offense ranked 27th, third down offense ranked 13th. I think we can put a line through that. I mean, this is a different team right now. Lamar Jackson is rolling. Their defense, we can put a line through that. They're two different teams. In the first half of the year, their defense was horrific. The Harbaughs made a deal. Oweh went to go help the pass rush, and he's done an incredible job for the Chargers. And Gilman came in and changed everything because Hamilton could now play where you need him to play to succeed. We talked about the difference in statistics last week. We don't need to keep hammering it each week, but since week 6, this is a top 5 defense in the NFL. But if you look at the statistical profile, it tells you that they're not very good. The 29th ranked pass rush. I know that they've been dealing with injuries, but it's changed now. 25th ranked rush defense. We know that's not the case anymore. Now, the 11th ranked pass defense, you're seeing that improve very quickly. Ravens coming off a 27-19 victory in Minnesota. Noise canceled score was 24-22 Vikings. Lamar Jackson, 17-29, 176 yards and a touchdown and no interceptions. That was his 100th start. 73 wins in 100 starts. That's 4th in league history. Mahomes had 78, Brady 76, Staubach 76. And there's only one quarterback with a better 100-game passer rating. Aaron Rodgers. Zay Flowers led receivers with 4 catches for 75 yards. Derrick Henry ran 20 for 75. The offense only averaged 4.9 yards per play. Not very good. They went 6, but then again, Flores at home is the reason why we want to back him against the Bears. Flores at home is very good and better than the statistical profile that they give you on the Vikings defense. So they were allowing 35 points per game, and then Gilman showed up. And Hamilton moved. So now what are they averaging? 15. 35 to 15. Crazy. They held the Vikings to 5-19 on 3rd and 4th down, 2 or 3 in the red zone. Pass rush only had 1 sack, but they got 12 hits on J.J. McCarthy. Will Johnson in the house. Dabby Cab in the house. Great to see you guys. Marlon Humphrey and Malachi Starks had interceptions. Humphrey did hurt his finger, and it's a problem. So they're evaluating options right now. And he could have surgery done this week. We'll find out. They're not sure. If he has surgery, he'll be out 1 or 2 weeks. So it's important. Humphrey's important. Harbaugh also said Bateman sustained an ankle sprain during that win over the Vikings. Let's talk about these Cleveland Browns. They've been very good to us this year. Passing offense, 2nd worst in the NFL. Rushing offense, 18th. Red zone offense, 21st. Third down offense, 30th. No one's backing them because of their offense. You back them because of their defense. Passing defense, 6th. Rush defense 1st, red zone defense 10th, third down defense 9th, pass rush number 1. Browns coming off a 27-20 loss to the Jets. They've now lost 13 straight on the road. Who cares? We're at home. Noise canceled score was 24-12 Browns. New York got touchdowns on the kickoff return and a punt return. I mean, it's an outlier. Browns outgained the Jets 278 to 169. Gabriel 17-32 for 167 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Stefanski said he's sticking with Gabriel. Sticking with him. Jerry Jeudy led receivers with 6 catches for 78 yards and a touchdown. He needed that shit. He's been terrible this year. Judkins ran 22 times for 75 yards, caught 2 for 10. Offense was 6 of 16 on 3rd down, 1 of 2 in the red zone. The defense was excellent. They deserved a better fate. They held the Jets to 3 of 11 on 3rd down and 1 passing first down all game. Held the Jets to 0 of 2 in the red zone. Number 1 rated pass rush, had 3 sacks, 8 quarterback hits. Ronnie Hickman had an interception, and they lost defensive end Alex Wright to a quad injury. Troy Torrence, Ravens, Browns. Take it away.
Oh, this is I'm at odds in this one. I mean, you guys know my sentiments. You guys know how I feel about both these teams. The Browns, I've been backing them with mixed results this season. They're a quality team. They lack coaching. They lack coaching leadership is really what they lack. And they definitely lack a competent quarterback. And it's always the same damn story, man. I mean, I backed them 5+ times this year and had mixed results. And the Ravens, I backed them 3 weeks in a row, pretty much, with max bets. There's just no way I can abandon the Browns team at coming back home in a divisional game after the Ravens are coming off 3 convincing wins and knowing the matchup and knowing this market, the market history with this low total, the market moving towards the under, the market in this price range between 7 and 10 in division, everything points to the Browns in this game. Not only ATS, surprisingly on the money line. Can we make a case for it? I mean, obviously, you got to throw away what you've seen in the first matchup because the two, the defense special teams definitely flipped the situation. Same with the Jets, and it seems to happen on the road to this Browns team. It's really, I mean, they outgained the Jets by 100 yards. They had double the amount of first downs. It came down to 2 special teams touchdowns. And all that talking has to tell you the Browns defense isn't the same on the road. You miss me with that bullshit. I think it's an aberration of what's happened with this team on the road. And despite my love, my belief in this Ravens team contending for a Super Bowl, we have to fade them this week. Buy low on the Browns, sell high on the Ravens. The Browns are a much more competitive team at home. It's hard to explain because special teams variance, but the Browns have the best defense in the league, in my opinion, bar none. They're top 5 in all major PFF categories. If you watch these games, when they fall behind early, it's really hard to play defense when you're trailing like that. Because
they're on the
really
field a lot too, which is the only reason why I wouldn't say no. The Rams are, because the Rams are resting, and the Browns are on the field for too long. Sorry to interrupt.
Right? No, that's spot on. That's spot on, man. And offensively, it's really hard to make a case for this Browns team. But really, with this spread and knowing the history of how this market is played out, with this market moving towards the under on a low total, big spread, just don't turn the ball over. Play solid special teams, and this game is going to be closely contested. You got the Ravens offense versus this Browns defense. We've seen what happened with the rushing game. They allowed 45 total rushing yards in the first matchup. The Browns run defense is number 1 in the NFL. Lamar Jackson is elite versus the blitz, but his PFF grade falls off the charts under pressure, and the Browns pass rush is first in the NFL. They also have 2 athletic linebackers that can play the spy role with Bush and Schwessenzer. And since the return of Lamar, the offense has generated 27 and 28 points respectively. Against the Brown defense, I would expect something closer to 20, maybe 23, 24 points. So can the Browns at home get to 13 to 16 points? I think they can. The Browns offense, they're getting, I know this Ravens defense, I've made a case for it, man. They've gotten healthier. Van Noy, Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton. I've also talked every single week about these 2 young DBs, Malachi Starks and Nate Wiggins, and I feel like I hit that one on the screws. But the Ravens run D and their pass rush, that's really where they're struggling. They allowed 6.7 yards per carry against the Vikings, 4.5 yards per carry against the Dolphins, and 4.2 yards per carry against Chicago. If the Browns could repeat that success, 4.5 yards per carry, I feel like the Browns, I feel like it's very good relative to the spread being offered. I also think you have to run the ball to relieve pressure off Dylan Gabriel. And the more you run the ball, the more clock is going to tick off. And I think the Ravens are going to be very content. They're not going to be looking to blow this team out. We've seen how they played offense is different from how the Ravens have played offense historically. Definitely, if you look at the play calling, the down and distance, the situational football, it's completely different from what we've seen in the Ravens. It's much more calculated, much more coordinated. I feel like that all lends to your under, Jimmy. I feel like that lends to your under. My problem is the market history of these overs. I just feel way more comfortable on the dog in this situation. At home, where they've been night and day, buy low, sell high. Browns defense against the Ravens run game in a market which heavily favors the home team, particularly with the low total, particularly with the public on the road team in division. Everything's lining up. It's Browns plus 8.5 for me.
I feel like I have bet the Browns by betting the under.
You did. I agree. Every game in the sample where the home team covered, it went under.
And I almost don't need to risk it, but I might. I think it's a pretty nice spot for the Browns. The optics are that they just lost to the Jets, but we know that was an outlier situation with 2 special teams touchdowns. You have also, at this point, we have 87% of cash on the over, and it's dropped down to 39. Flat 39. The legal American books aren't not quite there yet. DraftKings still is a 40.5. BetMGM, South Point still have 40s. It's BOL that moved to 39.
Yeah.
There's still 39.5s at Circa and Superbook and Caesars.
I think it's going down to 38.5. I think it's going down.
I'm in heaven. But in saying that, I kind of want the Browns at this number. We don't think it's a business trip, AM, at all. The division game is not a business trip. No, this is an important game for the Ravens. It's just, look, the Browns have a spectacular defense. It's going to be 23-mile-per-hour winds. So it's going to be the Ravens running the ball into the number one ranked defensive rush defense in the NFL. But as I'm saying this, I already sort of have a bet on the Browns by being on the under.
And you're not going to drop, if you've watched these past few weeks, it's so much more conservative, and it's because they're trying to take care of their quarterback. They're trying to win this game and get out. They're not going to pass the ball and let Myles Garrett and this pass rush get after him if they don't have to do it. Like, they're not going to. I don't think the Ravens win by margin. I could be wrong. But
I don't think they win by margin either. In saying that, I'm not sure if I want to muddy up what I think is the best bet on the entire board.
That's not true either, my dude. The Browns actually have one of the best special teams in the NFL. They're top 4 special teams. Top 4.
Yeah, I have the rankings right here, and we just
which pissed me off even more against the Jets, because I looked at that metric for one of the first times ever, and sure enough, they put 2 fucking on my ass.
Yeah, the Browns are the 4th ranked special teams, a very, very high grade. On the other hand, Jets
are up there too.
Jets are, yeah. Well, we saw that last week. Where are the Ravens?
25th.
Okay. Worst special teams in the NFL is the Raiders. Second worst, the Chargers. Oh man. Yeah, I just don't want to muddy up my glory, but I think I might. I think it's a sharp side. I think it's a great buy low spot. Okay, let's roll on. Next up, we have another big football game. 4:25 p.m. Eastern. Kansas City Chiefs 5-4, 1-3 on the road. Denver Broncos 8-2, undefeated at Empower Field, Mile High, Denver, Colorado. Weather's beautiful again. When are we going to get the bad weather in Denver? 57 Fahrenheit, partly sunny, 8-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here. We have the Chiefs -4, -107. The look ahead was 2.5. Moved to 3, moved to 4, all at the look ahead. Then it went back to 3.5. But we saw all this line moves before the games were played. Now the Broncos had already laid their egg, so I guess it's easier. So maybe it's not quite a look ahead. I guess it's not. I guess you're right. What am I saying? Why is it a look ahead? It would be right. It would be an official line after. I mean, they did pull the games though. So they gather the information from the lines, even if these teams weren't playing on Sunday. I've got to think about that. But then this reemerges on Sunday night at 4.5, and it moves a half point towards Denver. It's a kind of trickier the way I set it up. I didn't mean to make it sound so tricky, but this total is a 44.5. It's juiced to the under. Look ahead was 45.5, and it closed at 44, reemerged at 44.5. Dropped to 44 for a cup of coffee this morning, got back up to 44.5. So basically no movement on the total. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 80% of the tickets, 83% of cash on the Kansas City Chiefs, 90% of tickets on the under, 94% of cash on the under. Chiefs passing offense ranked 14th, rushing offense 8th, red zone offense 3rd. They're scoring touchdowns 70.3% of the time. A third down offense ranked 9th, converting 41.6% of the time. This is surprisingly, Troy, maybe it's not to others, but I was a little surprised. It's the number 1 ranked pass defense in the NFL, 15th ranked rush defense, 23rd ranked red zone defense, and 21st ranked third down defense, and 19th ranked pass rush. I was a little surprised to see how high they were being graded out in their secondary. They come off the bye week. Look, we all know what Andy Reid does off of a bye week. Since his arrival in Kansas City, 9-3, But in Philly, he was 13-1. So he's 22-4 off of a bye week. They're also coming off of a loss that stung, 28-21 at Buffalo in week 9. And if the playoffs started today, they wouldn't be in the playoffs. Third in the AFC West. They've won this division 9 straight years. And they have dealt with a lot of issues, and they're coming together. They missed Rashee Rice very badly. Why? Because Xavier Worthy hurt his shoulder in that first game in Brazil when he ran into Kelsey. Pacheco got hurt too. I really loved the way Pacheco's knee got absolutely annihilated, and he wanted to get back in. I didn't know he had that dog in him.
Oh, man, just by the way he runs the ball, I know he has a dog in him.
Well, that was the sign to me where I was like, good God. They had to, like, sit him down. He was, like, just wanting to get out there. Like, I loved seeing that. And Josh Simmons, we don't know what went down, the first-round pick. We don't know what happened there with his family. I'm not going to take any guesses. I don't know. But he is back. That's going to help a lot. Also, Trey Smith is supposed to be, back from his injury. So they're going to be fortified in every single way. Mike Pennell, defensive tackle, came back before the break. They did lose Norman Lott to a season-ending knee injury. So it's very important that Mike Pennell came back. So there you go. That is the Chiefs, very dangerous coming in off a bye. Let's talk about the Broncos here. Passing offense ranked 17th, rushing offense 7th, red zone offense 10th, third down offense 20th. Their defense is where they shine. Now, their pass defense we've talked about not being that good. No Surtain right now. It's ranked 15th. It wasn't ranked that high. Remember, it was ranked 19th when Surtain went down. Then it moved to 16th in that first game. Surtain wasn't in. I believe that was against Davis Mills, so it looked good. Now, Davis Mills did show that he can step up in the second game. They're the third-ranked rush defense, and then here's where they shine. The number 1 red zone defense in the NFL. They allow touchdowns 37.5% of the time. The number 1 third down defense in the NFL. They allow conversions just 28.1% of the time. The 7th-ranked pass rush, and they're 8-2 atop the NFL. They come in off extra rest and prep as well. And the optics they look terrible. They've looked bad lately. 10-7 win at home over the Raiders on Thursday night. Offense looked terrible. 3.9 yards per play. More penalties than first downs. 7 3-and-outs and 13 possessions. It was ugly. But their defense was monstrous. Now it is against the Raiders, and I know the Chiefs shut them out at home, so it's not nothing to write home about. But they didn't allow a first down in the first 7 Raiders drives. They also had a turnover on downs. The Raiders did an interception, and they caused an interception and a blocked punt. And still, Vegas had a drive that ended in a missed field goal that would have tied the game. Bo Nix was 16-28 for 150 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. We already heard from Mel. No one's high on Bo Nix. Troy Franklin caught 5 for 40 and a touchdown. J.K. Dobbins ran 18 times for 77 yards, 5 of 15 on third down, 1 of 3 in the red zone. Held the Raiders to 188 total yards. Held them to 4 of 16 on third and fourth down. Gave them only 1 red zone opportunity. Pass rush looked excellent. 6 sacks, 11 quarterback hits. Now they have 46 sacks. That's more than any teams had in the first 10 games since 1990. Tillman had a pick. Now, we've got to go over this injury report because they're all pro right guard. Quinn Miners left in the third quarter with an illness. He's supposed to be fine, but there's other issues. Marvin Mims has not cleared concussion protocol. We have outside linebacker Jonah Ellis with a hamstring injury. Reed, also another linebacker with a hamstring injury. So I'm going to go over the last bit of information here. But Troy Torrence, take it away for us. A big one. Chiefs, Broncos, mile high.
I'm reading the chat and I'm laughing my ass off because basically this is how it went for me. Started with AM's comment where I started this handicap. Broncos money line might be another bet for me this week. Broncos money line, immediately you look at this and I want to fade Kansas City. Then I see Action Jackson come in. Swifties win and cover, and then strategic investments. Just when I thought I was out on the Chiefs, they pulled me back in. Give me those Swifties, ATS. I feel like we have a perfect setup to fade this Broncos team. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, repeat myself on a weekly basis, but you can go back to my prior write-ups with this Broncos team if you want more information on my thoughts on this team. But the Broncos are at an all-time high in their own personal market. I think they're fraudulent, if you ask me. It's why I faded them for 2 units last week with the Raiders. They beat them by 3. Lucky win. They beat the Texans by 3. C.J. Stroud goes out in the first quarter. Another lucky win. They smacked the Cowboys in a perfect spot where the public was aping in on the Cowboys off a primetime win. I had 4 units on the Broncos in that game. The Giants, they beat them by 1. They needed a 30-point miracle comeback. The Jets by 2. Just an embarrassing performance overseas. Eagles by 4, down 14 points in the fourth quarter. Extremely lucky. And a 25-point win against the Bengals, who had Browning at quarterback. A very unimpressive win if you look at the body of work from the Bengals defensively and offensively with Browning. I mean, and you got this Chiefs team who I want to fade as much as humanly possible. But they're coming off a loss against Buffalo. And they're coming off a bye week. We heard about Andy Reid. Jimmy touched on the bye week situation. The KC resume is much better than the Broncos. You know, they've been bad on the road. I get that. It gives me some pause for concern. But at the end of the day, I don't need much to fade this Broncos team. We talked about it early in the season. Defensive regression was coming for this team. It always does for teams that played that good. Now you take an island boy out the equation with Patrick Surtain, and the defense takes another step back. It really limits what Vance Joseph wants to do in his play calling. He wants to play man-to-man. He wants to blitz. Those are 2 things he cannot do as frequently without Surtain on the field. Bo Nix is in the middle of his sophomore slump, like most quarterbacks who have a great rookie season. If you take away the Broncos running game, like I knew the Raiders would be able to, Bo Nix cannot shoulder the weight. Raiders took away the Broncos run game like we predicted, and what happened? 57% completion rate, 5.4 yards per attempt, and a 54 passer rating. I trust Spagnuolo to force the Broncos into a one-dimensional approach. I trust Mahomes to score 24-plus points in this game, and he hasn't against all the quality defenses he's seen this year, except for the one, the Eagles. But I don't want to do it. I have to do it. Broncos coming off 5 wins against the easiest opponents and situations in the league. The Chiefs coming off a loss, a bye week. Broncos have a bye week on deck. We're fading the Broncos this week. So I'm on the Chiefs -3.5, -110.
-3.5, -110. Did you think of paying for the 3 and also using another unit on the Chiefs, either with a double result or with a money line parlay?
I have. I will be adding to the Chiefs with a double result or a money line parlay situation. I think the double result is probably the one I choose to go with. Actually,
I wouldn't want, as I want to join you, but I don't want to have 3 units on this.
Yeah, this is probably just the double result, which is where I'm going right now.
Is there no concern that they start slow? I mean, +120 is a nice number, but is there no concern?
Like after the bye week, knowing what they're going to be up against with this Broncos defense, I trust Andy Reid and Mahomes to come out firing. I feel like the first – and we know the Broncos are a late – I mean, their fourth quarter freaking – all their numbers are skewed into the second half in the fourth quarter.
AM says rivalry week, always just take the dog money line. You will rake. Probably talking college, more than NFL. The interesting thing here is just the 5-4 Chiefs. Broncos sitting at 8-2. You're just going to get the best foot forward from the Chiefs. Yeah, I agree. I think the Chiefs need to be bet here. I
just took the double result at +120.
Yeah, makes sense. I might pay for the 3 because I'm going to have the double result too.
Right. Yeah. You won't necessarily. Oh yeah, I guess you'll get pretty close. Yeah, I think that's a viable option.
I think I might do that, and then I can't use the Chiefs in a money line parlay. I have only bet a few this year, and I haven't lost any. Troy.
Oh my God!
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane. What did you like? You bet 3 of them, maybe
3 or 4. I'll check afterwards, but I haven't lost any of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I don't want to have 3 units on it. That's the key here. Now let's talk about this total. Just before, I mean, it's such a marquee game. I just, I'm not sure how many points Denver's going to be able to score. I wish it was worse weather. It's really nice weather. But what do you think of this 44.5? This game means a ton. A shout out to our guy, the wager detective, capping with them every day, makes us better. And says, I love this family. Much love to you, man. The wager detective has $20 donor to bless our action. We love working with you, Wager, my man. And you'd be
My thoughts on the total are the 44.5, 45.5, that middling range is a range I don't like to get involved with very much. So I'm going to stay away from the total. But knowing that these dogs in this price range, historically, they do go under at a pretty high rate, but that doesn't usually they're going under bigger numbers than this. So.
Yeah, you've talked about that number. Now, I did end up moving on the Bears at 45 last week because I was like, oh God, I know it's going to, it's moving so fast to the under. We talked about it on Tuesday, how, each team's optics, they had 60, 70, 80 points scored. Now this because of the win. And I moved on it at a terrible number and still cashed first half and full game. But is it different if it goes from 47 down to 44.5? Or is it always
at 47?
No, the Browns, sorry, the Bears did. The Bears
the Bears did. Yeah, the drop of more than 1.5 points, and that's what kept me off of total we looked at earlier in the. That's what almost kept me off, I should say. The Jets in New England.
Again, I don't think I need to. Mark A says he has this as an over 44.5. For me, when I've got a clean look, I don't need to add to it. And I think that the Chiefs paying for the 3, adding the double result is clean, and I don't want to mess with it. Although if I had a free bet, I certainly would be on the under. Let's just take one last look at the cash float here. 90% of tickets, 92% cash on the under. And that's a lot on the under. That much on the under, and Circa moved it to 44, then back up to 44.5. Yeah, I'll stay off of that. I'll just keep it clean. I'm rolling with you, Troy, but I'm going to pay for the 3 and then double result it for the plus money. All right, let's roll. And then, of course, if you're confident in the spot that you're watching and you lose the double result, you live bet your team at halftime and cover all of that.
That's the plan.
Let's get into our Sunday nighter, 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Detroit Lions 6-3, 3-2 on the road at the Philadelphia Eagles 7-2, 3-1 at home. Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. More great football, man. This is going to be a beauty. We deserve a great Sunday nighter too here at Pub Sports Radio. 57 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 12 mile per hour winds. It's warmer in Philly than usual this time of year, but there is wind that we are dealing with. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with this total. Total is a 46.5. The look ahead was 48.5. It got bet down to 48. It reemerged at 49. And this is, I think, has to do with maybe the double-digit wins here, or predicated on the lack of offense that was seen from the Eagles against the Packers. But it's a big move to the under. From a spread perspective here for our Sunday nighter, we have the Eagles minus 2.5. The look ahead was 1.5, came out on Sunday night at 1.5, and it got up to 2.5 this morning at 11:30 a.m. It's Tuesday, November 11th. And then it dropped down to 1, but it wasn't a real 1. The 1 was minus 128. I don't know. It's basically just being a 2.5. I don't want to get too caught up in that heavily juiced 1. It's basically just a 2.5. So let's take a look at the cash flow here. We have 52% of the tickets, 56% of cash on Detroit, 70% of tickets on the under, and 53% of cash on the under. It's interesting that still some big bets have come in on the over, and it's just dropping quickly. Very, very quickly. So let's set this one up. Detroit Lions passing offense ranked 11th, rushing offense ranked 17th, red zone offense ranked 4th. They're scoring touchdowns 68.4% of the time, and we know the weapons that they have. Third down offense ranked 21st at 37.5%. So they don't get a lot of conversions on third down, which is strange. Their offense is nothing like it was last year, but still have the same personnel, basically. Their pass defense is ranked 5th, and rush defense is ranked 6th. I mean, this Lions defense is coming together. Their red zone defense has been a problem. They're 25th, allowing touchdowns 66.7% of the time. We'll see if that changes here in the second half of the year. Third down defense ranked 7th at 35.5% conversion rate for the opposition, and they have the 4th ranked pass rush here. Mark A, we love capping with you, man. This is intense stuff. There's just so much on the line, and the more we win, the longer we break games down, because the more we want to win. You get a taste of it, and you want more. The Lions come in off an easy 44-22 victory at the Commanders. We know what Dan Campbell does. He doesn't lose 2 games in a row. That's a 3-year plus streak. I mean, it's just unbelievable. They've not lost 2 regular season games in a row since they lost 5 straight, which came to a conclusion that 5 straight in October of 2022. I mean, anytime the Lions lose, they should just be hammered the next day. And then we had this line. The Commanders' line was moving against the Lions heavily. I mean, that was like a 9.5 that closed like a 7.5 or a 7. It was insane. Now Campbell took over the play calling instead of John Morton. That's pretty exciting. And what did they do? They put up 546 yards. Goff went 25 to 33 for 320 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Jamison Williams caught 6 for 119, a touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs ran 15 times for 142 yards and caught 3 passes for 30 yards and a touchdown. I don't think I mentioned that. I think didn't he have 3 touchdowns in the game? I think he ran for 2 and caught 1 for 1. I would have written that down, I think. The Lions went 7 of 12 on 3rd and 4th down, 4 of 6 in the red zone. The defense was strong throughout, held the Commanders to just 2 of 10 on 3rd down. Did allow the Commanders to go 3 of 3 in the red zone. That's a real problem that we should just keep in mind, because it will affect totals. It will affect a whole bunch of things and will hurt them in the playoffs if it continues. The pass rush finished with 2 sacks, 6 quarterback hits. And then Graham Glasgow is dealing with this back injury. That's another thing that must be kept an eye on. He's a very important piece of this offensive line. And Terrion Arnold is in concussion protocol. Let's talk about these Eagles. Passing offense ranked 9th. Rushing offense ranked 20th. Red zone offense, number 1 in the league, 81%. But we've heard Troy talk about they haven't had very many opportunities there. 3rd down offense ranked 27th. They're only converting 34.9% of the time. Pass defense ranked 13th. Rush defense ranked 4th. Red zone defense ranked 4th. And the 3rd down defense is not very good. They allow conversions 42.4% of the time, which is strange. Ranked 26th. Pass rush ranked 12th. We expect to improve as they have fortified here down the stretch. The Eagles coming off a short week after an ugly 10-7 win at Green Bay on Monday night. Hurts was 15 and 26 for 183 yards, touchdown, no picks. Also ran 5 times for 27 yards and lost a fumble. Devonta Smith got 4 for 69 yards and a touchdown. He's the clear WR1. A.J. Brown caught 2 passes for 13 yards. You need to keep feeding the big dogs or there's a problem in the locker room. And we know that he's been a squeaky wheel more than once this year. Saquon, 22 carries for 60 yards. He's not in fine form. Eagles were just 7 of 18 on 3rd down, failed in their lone red zone attempt, but their defense looked very good. Jalen Phillips was talked about by everybody after the game. They loved what they saw from him on the field. He made 2 of the biggest plays in the game. They held the Packers to 4 yards per play, held them to 6 of 16 on 3rd and 4th down. Pass rush finished with 3 sacks, 8 quarterback hits. Lane Johnson went to the locker room with an ankle injury. What a beast he is. Of course, he returns in the 4th quarter with the game on the line. God, he's incredible. Cam Jurgens didn't play, and we saw that. Their center didn't play, and we saw the effects of that. Take it away so it's possible. Now, I think Graham Glasgow plays, but I mean, is it possible that neither team has their starting center in this game, and that's part of the reason why this total's dropped so much? Take it away for us here, Troy. Lions, Eagles.
This is probably my favorite bet that I made on the card so far. So the Eagles defense, what we've seen yesterday, I think, I know the Packers are going through the struggles, but I think it was an elite performance. I mean, with the addition of Jalen Phillips and the rest of this parlayed with the rest of this defensive line getting healthier, this is one of the most dynamic and athletic pass rushes in the NFL. You got 2 Georgia Bulldogs shrinking the pocket with the bull rush on the interior with Carter and Davis. And don't sleep on a Jomo either, because he's no joke. Then you got length and athleticism from Nolan Smith and Jalen Phillips coming off the edge. I mean, half their defense is out of Georgia. I mean, and taken in the top 2 rounds. I mean, you need at least 5 in the pass block to deal with this group. The pass rush is perfectly complemented by a great secondary. I've been talking to the high heavens about Quinyon Mitchell, top 3 cornerback in the NFL, in my opinion. And I've been saying that, before his ascension. So you got a great guy on the outside, then you got Dijon in the slot. So if you put your best DB, your best DB in Quinyon Mitchell on the outside, and then if you want to move your outside receiver into the slot, that's just fine because we have Cooper DeJean, whatever his name is, to lock your ass up. I also think Makuba, who's, he's basically a run-first, hook zone type of safety. I think he's been surprisingly good against the run with his size. Then you got three great, potentially elite linebackers with Vaughn Campbell and Nakobe Dean. 3 guys, even though they use 2 of them mostly. But you got Nakobe Dean and Jahan Smith, who are great in coverage. Then you got Braun, who's run first, always matches up with the running back of their opposing team. I mean, then you got Fangio, the glue, the best defensive coordinator in the game, always wrinkles in and has different wrinkles in an already complex scheme. This defense for the Eagles is legit. The offense hasn't really changed. My handicap has not changed. They'll do what they need to do to win. Hurts, you have championship pedigree and mentality. He knows he's going to do what he needs to do to win the game. The offensive line is top 5 to 8 in the NFL. The weapons are elite. And the offense will adjust based on how successfully they think their defense will perform. If they need to be pressed, if they need to pass, they can do so. If they need to run the ball, be conservative and let their defense do work, they could do that as well. And on the other side of the equation, I've talked about this Lions team being championship pedigree. And now you got Dan Campbell calling plays. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. And I don't want to overreact to one performance, 44-point game against one of the worst defenses in all of football. The offensive line is just not what it used to be. Last year, all 5 players were above average, well above average, if not 2 of the best in their categories. This year, the lines are strong on the right side, but the line is struggling on the left. And there's been, it's kind of musical chairs. There's been a lot of injuries. It's going to be difficult for this offensive line to hold their ground against this defensive front. And Goff is a quarterback I like the back and I believe in, fundamentally speaking. But in this matchup, he's outdoors versus an elite pass rush and defensive scheme. He's seen 4 other coordinators or defenses I would consider to be in the same realm. Not quite here, but in the same realm. The Vikings, the Bucs, the Chiefs, and the Packers. They only reached 20 points in one of those games. And that was against the Vikings, who are probably the worst of the teams I just mentioned. Then you got Goff under pressure, which nobody in the NFL has wider gaps in their offensive splits when they're under pressure and kept clean. I mean, the completion percentage drops from 83% to 51%. The passer rating from 136 to 63. No touchdowns and 1 pick. It's not when he's blitzed. It's when he's pressured. And the Eagles are known to get pressure with just 4. And after what I watched last night, I'm convinced they can get pressure with just 4 against a more immobile quarterback than they just seen. So Lions are going to have to run the ball to win the game. Well, the Eagles are top 5 in NFL run defense per PFF. If you look at yards per carry, it's 20th. But a lot of that 20th yards per carry was driven by quarterbacks, which is a different type of defense or a different type of offense that they're going to see this week. They're not going to have a quarterback running for 20-plus yards this game. And it was really that Giants game, that 34-17 game where they just ran the ball down the throats with both Scadaboo and Dart. Even if the Lions run the ball for 4.5 yards per carry, the Eagles makes splash plays that change the course of drives. A few handoffs, you run the ball for 3 to 5 yards, you're like, oh, we got something going. Then on first down, you go to hand it off again. There's a TFL, you lose 4 yards. Now you have to drop back and pass, which you don't want to do versus defense. I love the fact we're getting the Lions. We're catching the Lions off a blowout win and a get-right Dan Campbell type win. Now the Lions go on the road against one hell of a defense and scheme. I think the Lions are forced to play slow, grind it out type of game. The Eagles just drag teams down into the mud and just turn it into a brawl. The Lions are 30th in seconds per play. The Eagles are 31st in seconds per play. And especially considering the potential weather situations we're seeing, I feel like this game screams under. The database gives me the green light on the under and on the Eagles side of things. And I moved on this I already got 2.5 units invested. I plan on having more. I don't know if I'm going to bet the Eagles or add the Eagles. I'm in love with this under because I believe in this Lions defense as well. And I don't think the Eagles are going to be trying to put up explosive numbers against this team. I don't think they're going to do that versus any team at this point. So the Eagles Lions under 47 minus 110. I bet that for 1.5 units. And that was as I was betting it as it was dropping. It was tanking down from 48 to 47.5 as I started my cap. And then I look back at it as I'm getting ready to make the bet. And I see it as I'm opening it. I see the red light flash and it ticks down to 47. I grabbed it immediately. And I bet the Lions team total under 22.5 at minus 104.
22.5 minus 104. I think the whole thing makes a ton of sense. I think it makes a ton of sense. Because one thing that is such a key part in the under is how great this Lions defense has been. Yeah. It's the Lions defense that's been better than their offense. And we already know what this Eagles defense can do. I think that we just didn't get a sense of the Lions defense last year because of the massacre of injuries that they had to deal with. And they're not dealing with it this year.
No, they're also a run funnel, man. They're a run funnel. You don't want to drop back and pass against this Lions team. So I expect to see another just muddy game, man. I love it. I love the spot.
Yeah, no, you're late. Like I'm late to the party here, but I can the 47 is just cost a tiny bit of money to get.
Minus 120 at most. You can get probably better, minus 117.
And you want that 47.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I can also understand having some hesitancy about backing the Eagles. That was a very like they're talking about here. Someone was mentioning it, how physical, what a physical game they were just involved in. And Philly red zone into touchdowns, 68%. That's not the number, man. Oh yeah, it is. Sorry, I thought it was higher than that. Oh no, that's Detroit's at 68%. Philly's at higher. Philly's at 81%. Detroit's at 68%. But I mean, I guess it's not that big of a problem because it's the Eagles' red zone defense that's so good too. I mean, the Eagles in the red zone are the best. They have the best red zone numbers in the NFL. Their first red zone offense, fourth red zone defense. So then
I think it's because they play zone coverage in the red zone. It's personally my opinion of why they're so good.
And I am liking the lines here. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I don't, I think we also want this market to marinate. My fear is we've seen the Eagles look, we saw them look really bad. We haven't seen them look good. That's my only fear, and it's just the optics. But we also watched the Lions lose at home to the Vikings. Our memory is probably more focused on destroying a very weak Commanders team. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it makes a ton of sense. I don't know if I'm also going to would take the Lions team total under. I think I would just prefer to have the first half and full game under. I don't think the weather is going to. I mean, right now we have 12 mile per hour winds. It can change here, but I like it a lot. I like everything about it. I think you're on the right track, and I want to join on the unders. Beautiful. And as much as if this was a playoff game, I would be on the Philadelphia Eagles. They just played on Monday night in a real tough game in cold weather. I don't know if this is where I want to. I mean, if they were to lose this game on a last-second field goal, it wouldn't take anything away from their ability to wreak havoc as the season goes on. Are you close to backing the Eagles here?
No, I mean, I already kind of backed them by taking the Lions team total under 22.5.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So I did. I probably won't add to that position, but I might add the first half under.
I'm going to. You know me. I've been hammering both the first. But that did hurt me last week. My total, I went 10-2 in totals 2 weeks ago. And then this week, totals really got me. It was sides that helped me get through. Let's talk about the Monday nighter here, Troy, Torrance, our final game on the show. Thank you guys.
Jimmy, you're not going to like this one, brother. You're not going to like this one.
It's a very, very tricky cap that I'm excited about rocking with you guys, but it's a very, very tricky cap. And there's a lot of angles and edges in this one that we need to discuss. And the main part is Marshawn Nealand here. I've heard cappers say, I don't want to cap death, or I don't want to cap death, or whatever. And whenever I hear people say that, I mean, it's just a fucking cop-out. Okay, this is the situation we're dealt with, and we've got to cap it.
You don't want to cap what?
The Marshawn Nealand dying.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very important angle in this football game. The game is going to start with a dedication to him, and it changes the energy of a game when this is hanging over it. And so it should be talked about and should be part of this cap, and it will be. And our thoughts are out, go out to the Nealand family, and it's heartbreaking stuff, but it's part of this cap, and we're going to treat it as such. Let's get to work. Cowboys, Raiders, Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's get into the line history here. We have Dallas minus 3.5 at plus 100. The look ahead was 3.5 at minus 110, and it got down to 3. Reemerged on Sunday at 3.5 and lasted there for an hour before it got back to 3. Then it was a flat 3 for a while. became a 3.5 on Monday afternoon, and it's sort of stayed there, although it's a minus 120 towards the Raiders. Let's get to the total. The total in this one, we have a 50. Look ahead was 51, reemerged at 50, got up to 51, and then back down to 50. Cash flow wise here, we have the 73% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on Dallas. Bigger bets coming in on Vegas with smaller amount of quantity. And the Circa has taken 72% of the tickets and 92% of cash on Dallas and moved Dallas from 3.5 to 3. So, and that took 2 days. It was 3.5 when it opened up on Monday night at 8:45 p.m. And then it moved at 2:20 p.m. to 3 with 92% of the cash on Dallas. So that is very telling as well. Very telling. Let's get into the information here from Action. You know, a site we don't really trust that much, but we're not getting any total information from Odds Logic. So let's, try to get some info. We have 62% of the tickets, 51% cash on the under. And here it says 75% of the tickets and 87% cash are on the Cowboys. And if you go to the money line, now it's pretty expensive now at 3.5, but it's 92 and 97 on the Cowboys. So let's roll here. We'll start with the Cowboys. Passing offense ranked 3rd, rushing offense ranked 16th, red zone offense 13th. They score touchdowns 61.8% of the time. Their third down offense is 6th. They convert 43% of the time. Let's go to their defense, which has changed. They made some very important pickups. Now, the jury will be out on Logan Wilson. A lot of times for an older vet, you switch cities, you switch teams, and you can get reinvigorated, which is what obviously Jerry's world thinks is going to happen. But Quinnen Williams is an absolute beast, and he is the key cog here. Their pass defense ranked 31st. Their rush defense ranked 31st. Second last pass defense, second last rush defense, the worst third down defense in the NFL, the 4th worst red zone defense in the NFL. The only thing is being okay for them is the pass rush. So how are these guys going to be affected here by what happened to Marshawn Nealon? That's a very key part here. And you can use interviews and things as we get closer to the game time. There's going to be a moment of silence for him and before the game starts. And are the Cowboys going to use this to fuel them in this football game, or is it going to affect them negatively throughout the week? That's an important part of this. They're coming up their bye week after a week 9, 27-17 home loss to the Cardinals. This was the best offense in the league through 7 weeks, and it's looked quite bad here. They've lost consecutive games for the first time this season. There was a 4-game stretch where Prescott threw at least 3 touchdowns every game without an interception. The last 2 games, he has 1 touchdown. He's thrown 1 touchdown. He's thrown 3 interceptions. The Pickens magic with CeeDee Lamb. Pickens was the monster before when CeeDee Lamb was out. Then they came back and they look good together for a short period of time now. It doesn't look quite as good. So let's talk about the defense, though. Quinnen Williams is going to come in with Kenny Clark, and they could be real bad men in the middle. Now, we've got to see. Clark's been great so far this year. He's been great. He's important with the run, and 2.5 sacks doesn't hurt. And, he's been coming off these injury-filled seasons. He's been healthy. Also, DeMarvion Overshown is supposed to make his season debut here. He tore multiple knee ligaments last season. Second major injury in his first 2 seasons. So that's important. That will help. They're hoping that both Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson will be back. We'll get a better idea tomorrow, but that's the expectation, that they're going to get 2 safeties back. And this is a team that is allowing a lot of points that may be much, much stronger here. Let's talk about the Raiders. Raiders passing offense ranked 26th, rushing offense 30th, red zone offense 28th, third down offense 15th. It's horrific. That's a terrible offense. Gino's being so bad, and now he's hurt. We expect him to play, but he's on the injury report, so he has that excuse. He's listed as questionable. He's expected to play. Pass defense ranked 28th, rush defense ranked 27th, third down defense 29th, pass rush ranked 25th. And their red zone defense is ranked 15th. ABJ says this is a get-right spot for Dallas's passing game. It's the pass defense here from the Raiders is atrocious. So I can get that. Now, the pass defense for the Cowboys is ranked worse than the Raiders, but we think that will change if they can get some pressure. Raiders coming off an ugly 10-7 loss at Denver. I mean, they still covered. It was just an ugly game. Geno Smith, 16 and 26, 143 yards and interception. First game since trading Jacoby Myers. Tyler Lockett led receivers with 5 catches for 44 yards, and Brock Bowers only had 1 catch. Is that because he's the only person you need to worry about? Possibly. Genty ran 19 times for 60 yards and a touchdown. Raiders only put up 188 total yards. The offense allowed Smith to get sacked 6 times, hit 11 times, but the defense really battled. Kyu Blue Kelly had 2 picks. They held the Broncos to 5-15 on third down, 1 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush had 2 sacks, 4 quarterback hits. Now, Dylan Parham, left guard, sprained an ankle. Safety Tristan McCollum is in concussion protocol. And right guard Jackson Powers-Johnson hurt his leg. These are all – Jackson Powers-Johnson and Dylan Parham are really important pieces of this offensive line. Take it away for us here, Troy, our Monday nighter, Cowboys, Raiders.
This one is pretty damn easy for me. Pretty damn easy for me to get to a side. I thought it'd be a lot harder when I first started capping it, but it was pretty damn easy. I thought this might be one of those spots where I had enough conviction to go against 3.5. I quickly found that to be the exact opposite of the case. I mean, if you want to make a case for the Raiders, you say they look putrid versus any quality defenses, right? They scored 7 versus Denver, 0 versus KC, 9 versus LAC versus the Chargers. But they also put points on the board versus bad defenses, 29 on Jacksonville to take overtime, Chicago 24, Washington 24. And in theory, Dallas should be the worst defense they faced all season. But I completely disagree with that, with the additional pieces that the Cowboys have offered or have acquired. The Cowboys defense, they're coming off a bye week. They've gotten healthier. They pick up Quinnen Williams to add to the defensive front that I think looks elite now with Clowney, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and rookie Azruku. They add Logan Wilson, which is going to be a massive upgrade from what they had there previously, despite his struggles this season. And I think the Cowboys have shown some decent defensive performances. Some of those have been at home, but I think that this is a situation where we're going to see a motivated team. We talked about the situation with their teammate going down. And the offense fits perfectly into this climate indoors, on turf, no wind or elements getting in the way. And the Cowboys' offense is nothing like the Raiders have just seen, like the Broncos. The Broncos' offensive success is heavily reliant on a rushing attack. The Cowboys are 100% an air raid style of offense. Where the Raiders most vulnerable, it's in the secondary. And not to mention, they play cover 3, which I love to attack with a good offense. I have to go with the database in the current market environment. You got the Cowboys indoors, on turf, off a loss, off a bye week. A teammate literally died. Off a bye week. They're showing they're still competing for a playoff spot by acquiring these 2 defensive assets. And the Raiders have shown them move the ball. Yeah, I get it. But I can't imagine the Raiders defense slows down this Cowboys offense. So, yeah, I think what another major variable of this game is Geno Smith. When he's up against pressure, this Cowboys defensive front is going to cause issues for Geno Smith. How many mistakes do we really need for him to make for the Cowboys to cover this spread? I'm perfectly fine being with the public on this side. I'm on the Cowboys on the road. I'm laying 3 minus 120.
I mean, it sort of feels too easy here. That's the only concern. And I guess AOC is going to be back for this if Geno is not ready to go. I mean, I don't think anyone can be worse really than what Geno's doing. My man Rocky Manichetti in the house. What up, Rocky? It just feels so easy. That's my only concern. I mean, would this closes at 4.5? Does it? By the time we have to get the kickoff, 4.5, 5?
I don't think so.
Why wouldn't it?
Because I think there'll be enough pros coming in with their models saying that the Cowboys defense is ass.
But how can they trust that model without Quinn and Mitchell and Logan Wilson? I don't think Logan Wilson plays that big a role necessarily, but I mean, who in their right mind would bet the Raiders?
I don't see anybody in the chat betting the Raiders, so I can't answer that. Nobody. And I don't want them either. Give me those boys. Give me them. I might add more.
God,
I probably will add more to this spot, to be honest. I probably will have 2-3 units on the Cowboys, whether it be money, not a double result, but a money line parlay.
I don't understand books. Some books are still, circa you could walk in right now and take the Cowboys -3. Why?
The Cowboys' offense has looked decimated over the past few weeks. The defense obviously has had his issues. Does Quinn Williams come back and make a huge impact? The Raiders are coming off a very closely contested game against the Broncos.
Oh yeah, no. Tell me you didn't just say that. Absolutely. I was I couldn't understand why the Seahawks were -3 against Commanders, and they annihilated. But there's been more spots where I can't understand the number, and I was right to stay off than there were where I was wrong to stay off. So yeah, there's always going to be spots where you can find that. Tell me didn't just say that. Said I wanted the Raiders +3.5, and now I've totally flipped. Okay. Give me one angle other than the Cowboys offense hasn't looked good in 2 weeks because they're coming off of the bye. Give me one angle, not that doesn't have to do with the Cowboys. It only has to do with the Raiders. Why somebody would back the Raiders?
Because the Raiders have put up points on bad defenses. The Raiders, were able to score against Washington, Chicago, Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's true. And Wager Detectives on the Raiders money line. Okay. And strategic investments on Raiders +3.5. Okay, I mean now I'm feeling a little better. Tell me, didn't you say that wanted the Raiders +3.5? Wow, because I imagine that the Cowboys just fortified themselves for a playoff run, and they're going to do that now. And the Cowboys with Quinn Williams and Kenny Clark are better than the Cowboys with Micah Parsons and without those two. I think. Do you think Quinn Williams and Kenny Clark are more important to a team than Micah Parsons?
It's hard to say. I mean, Parsons has looked pretty damn good. So that's hard. That's hard to measure.
Huh. And strategic investment says Raiders stink. I'll have to hold my nose to press the button. Well, then that's okay. Well, that makes me feel more comfortable because I can't comprehend how anybody would think that the Cowboys wouldn't start showing out now and that we're getting a buy low opportunity for them where everything is sort of, it's Cowboys must be bet. I just needed to hear that. Does it not concern you here at all? Let me just ask this last time that Circa here, such a sharp book, moved it from 3.5 to 3 with 72% of the tickets and 92% of cash on Dallas. Why would they do that? Because they have advanced models that don't have Quinn and Mitchell in the lineup. Is that it? That they're still a terrible defense?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it makes me concerned that I'm seeing that. But historically, all that has meant was that the road team covers at a higher rate than they do if it closes 3.5. And the Seahawks and Commanders are the last game in this sample.
I think the Cowboys must be bet. I mean, if the Raiders are going to put up points against the bad defense, this game's going to soar over, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it soar?
I don't think it goes over. I'm way more confident inside. I'm not going to get pretty with the total. I don't want to have to bet anything on the Raiders. I just want the Cowboys.
Doug White says, I still think the Cowboys win a close one. The way I see this right now, with the Cowboys coming off the bye, getting to play inside against the Raiders team that, yes, they get a little bit of time after that loss on Thursday, but that was a tough loss, and I just think the Cowboys smashed them. I think they win by over a touchdown. I think it's more than one score. Now, maybe I'm getting too caught up in them kind of rallying around the death of a friend in Marshawn Nealon, rallying around Quinn and Williams walking in and Logan Wilson, even though Logan Wilson may not still have it physically. Wow. All right. Well, yeah, I'll move on. I'll move on the Cowboys here. with you. So what did you get on the Cowboys? Sorry.
-3, -120.
The Cowboys -3, -120. Well, I have a lot of bets to make. Thank you guys for rocking with us. That was our breakdown of Monday Night Football and all 15 games on the slate here. Troy up 54.23 units. It's the highest that we've seen Troy in the 3 years that we've worked together. The 15-9 week plus 4.55 units felt like a losing week. That's how good you're doing. Thank you guys, all of you guys in the chat, putting such important stuff in here. Spreadsheet is Dallas -2. The spreadsheet play today is the Bucks from our Ronnie Crawford. We're going to give you guys all a shout out, but let's first hear Troy Torrance's Week 11 action that's official at this point, and then I'll give you mine. Take it away.
So I got the Pats Jets over 43 contrarian. Love that spot for the over. Really, if you want to, I think that you can easily make a case based on the market history to take the Patriots team total over. I got the Bills double result plus 100, Steelers double result plus 105. I got the Chargers -2.5, -120. The Chiefs double up spot -3.5 at -110, and the Chiefs double result at plus 120. I got a great number on the Rams -2.5, -118. One of my favorite bets this week is the Cardinals first half plus a half -105. The Browns plus 8.5 -113. But definitely my favorite spot on the board is the under in the Eagles Lions. I got under 47 at -110 and the Lions team total under 22.5. And I'm capping it off with the Cowboys -3. I will be adding to some of these spots. I'm also considering adding more to the Browns, taking the Jaguars Chargers under, and the Vikings ATS. That's on my my to-do list.
I love the look on the Jets Patriots over. It's just going to, I mean, we'll see if it goes down further than this, but we've just been watching these low-scoring football games. The Jets defense just allowed Dylan Gabriel to put up a ton of yards. I'm going to join you on that one. That one I really like. The Madrid game is hilarious.
Oh, God.
10 years ago, I'm on the Dolphins in the double result and telling everybody they got to join me. Now I know if it's the easiest thing that you've ever seen to slowly back away. The Panthers interest me. I don't know if I get there. Your double result on the Bills is very, very interesting. I'm very interested by. The Titans, I want to be involved in. I need to know if Petrie's in. And I expect Davis Mills to be in. But again, I need more information.
History's with you. History's with you on the Titans ATS.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I just want a little bit more info before I, hit the button. The Vikings, it makes a lot of sense to me. The Packers, I think I should bet tonight. I think it's a very possible situation here with Kafka coming in and their prized young quarterback, that they give him a chance to make sure that this isn't his second concussion, because it could have been 1 2 weeks ago that we all saw, or 3 weeks ago, excuse me. So I think I move on both of those. Your Steelers double result, the Steelers money line, I do like the optics backing them after they got destroyed. I expect to be there. Your Chargers -2.5. It feels very similar to the Dolphins, but you got a nice number, and I think the Jaguars are trash, but I'm not going to go there. The unders in Seattle, LA Rams, and the Rams. I expect to move on tonight. Then the Niners Cardinals game, I'm staying off right now. I want more information. I sent in our Discord, I sent as soon as I bet the under 41.5 and the 20.5, sent it to you in Ravens Browns. Love seeing that at 39 right now. It's crazy. I did not expect that. I think your Browns plus 8.5 is really sharp, and I may end up getting there. That Dolphins moved from 9.5 to 8. I took an 8 on it, and it didn't matter. It was the right side. Then the Chiefs and the Chiefs double result. I'm going to be moving on that tonight. The unders in the Detroit, Philadelphia, I'm going to roll with that first half and full game. And then I'm going to hit the Cowboys tonight. So I've got a lot of bets to make, and I'm ready to do it. Thank you guys so much. That was it's obviously it's getting more intense, and we're putting more and more into it. Troy has passed the 50 unit mark. I passed the 20 unit mark. we're pumped up, man. And you guys are a big part of it. So thank you guys so much. Shout out to Strategic Investments, Wager Detective, Ronnie Crawford, Harold Williams. Tell me you didn't just say that. Yes. Luke Burrow, Harold Williams, Rance. Thank you. The Wager Detective, Digging. All of you guys, thank you. Dougie Wise, you're a monster. AM, thank you guys. Fap. All of you guys. I wish I could give you guys all a shout out. You all deserve it. Thank you for all your support. Thank you to Wager Detective for the dono, blessing our action. Thank you to Kyle Kerms for donating as well. The memberships. And then, God, there was right off the top, there was a membership gift that I need I'm going to go back and remember so I can shout you guys out throughout the week. But thank you guys all so much, man. We can't do this without you. Thank you to our producer, the great Jose Bouquet, working tirelessly behind the scenes to make these videos look good. Aaron Gaza, Jared TG, AJ Stogstill. Thank you guys so much, man. It means a ton. Troy Torrence, you are leading by example, and you are setting the table for us to succeed. Thank you for all your hard work. Can you please bless our action and lead us into the future, my friend?
It's at this moment right now. Like I'm finally it's kicking in. All the loss of sleep, the lack of sleep, just the absolute grind to get ready for this show, for when limits increase and for when you could really start to hammer the bookies early in the week. Whew, takes a lot out of you. A lot of work goes in. Nobody realizes all the work that we do, especially Jimmy the Bag, especially, Jose in the background. I mean, props. And there's a reason I'm here at Pub Sports Radio. I pretty much say this every week, but I truly fucking believe it. Iron sharpens iron, man. That's exactly what we have here with Jimmy the Bag. This chat at Pub Sports Radio, iron sharpens iron. And we got a great thing going, man. Let's continue to win. I don't even want to say continue to win. Let's go 1-0 this week. Completely forget about what happened last week. That's all I'm focused on is winning the week, going 1-0. There's only one thing to do now for week 11 NFL. Let's go out there. Bless you, those bookmakers.
Milk that shit. Milk.